Let me... Wait, I hope my chat thing is working correctly. Okay. Twitch was being super weird. I think we're okay now, though. And that's looking good. Okay. Actually, I wonder. Okay, that did work. Okay. Oh wait, let me check one other thing. Sorry. Okay, yeah, that's good too. Okay, so last time I was looking at linear algebra, I remember being really mad at this whole direct sum thing. Um, but I can accept it for what it is. Um, I didn't notice this page number is really funny. It's the page number before, 21. Page number after, 23. Then this page number, approximately 7 pi. I wonder if, like, what is 8 pi? I wonder if that's true for every, like, oops, 25? Nah, it's just a 25. I wonder if any other page numbers have that, though. That's a really funny, like, subtle joke. The pi. Pi? Oh, no. That's terrible. Okay, I was thinking there wouldn't be that many pies in a linear algebra textbook, but maybe there are if we're using pi as a function name. Ugh. Okay. Never mind. That's not a good idea. Should review what is the definition of a subspace. Actually, this is the definition up here. So yeah, it needs an additive identity, closed under addition, closed under scalar multiplication. Should wait, I'm getting paranoid that Twitch is still being stupid. I'm just going to my own channel page quickly. Okay, good. Suppose VK, looking at 1.43. Suppose VK is subspace of Fn of those vectors whose coordinates are all 0. Except possibly in the kth slot. Well, I don't know if you should say the word possibly there. I feel like they were trying to be, like the author was trying to be precise with his wording, but this makes it, I feel like this makes it less precise. Because if you have multiple 0 vectors and you do not have a direct sum. Actually, wait, if you even have a single 0 vector, you don't have a direct sum either. Do they specify non-zero? I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, some non-examples. I think I actually looked at this, but let's look at it again. V1 plus V2 plus V3. It's not a direct sum because these first two kind of already cover all of F3. The second vector doesn't add anything. Actually, yeah, it's kind of this is getting at like the dimension of the null space thing. I think with this example, they're writing the zero vector in two different ways for the kernel. Protecting the right side of the equation above is in V1. Yeah. Okay. Definition of direct sum requires every vector in the sum to have a unique representation as an appropriate sum. Next result shows when deciding whether a sum space is a direct sum, we need only consider whether zero can be uniquely written as an appropriate sum. Suppose these are subspaces of V, and the sum is a direct sum if and only if the only way to write zero as a sum where each vk is in vk is by taking vk equal to 0. And so before I look at the proof down here, because we really don't have much so far, like I would think this turns like rank nullity. Where having a null space dimension of 0 implies the matrix formed by these vectors is full rank. But we don't have that. So let's see how they prove it. Suppose it is a direct sum. Definition of direct sum implies the only way to write 0. Sure. Suppose that the only way to write 0 is a sum. Reach vk is by taking, yep. Show this a direct sum. Let v belong in the sum of these subspaces. Or vector spaces, I guess. Subspaces. We can write v as a combination of some other vectors. Show this is unique, suppose we also have v equal to the sum of u vectors. Subtracting these two, we get 0 is equal to that. v1 minus u1 is in v1 by closure, sure, yeah. Wait. How is this a proof? vk minus uk equals 0. Hey Rex. He deserves paradise who makes his companions laugh. That's a nice one. I feel like you need to do a little more than just make your companions laugh, but, you know, it's a good start. Actually, the more I think about it, like, I feel like, you know, comedic talent probably isn't the best, like, measure for getting into heaven or not. share my M&M? I don't have any M&Ms. What do you mean? Oh wait, okay. Hey, King Assassin, to go to heaven? Oh, I'm. I feel like that's a better measure than making your companions laugh. Hey, Magic, welcome in. Compete in university math Olympiads. Really want to come get them some asking opinions. No, your English was great. I have not. I don't have pretty much any experience with math Olympiads. I haven't seen him streaming in a minute. Let me see if I can find his stream though. I think his name is V Enhance. I haven't seen him stream, I guess, in a few months now. But he specifically does do Olympiad problems. I don't know of anyone else who does. Also on YouTube? Oh, okay. Hey Obi. And hey Daniel. Yeah, Magic, welcome in. Daniel, thank you for the streak. Rex, thank you for the streak. Hey, Quitchmath, and hey, Mert. Zach, hello. I hope your vacation has been treating you good. Well, I guess break is a better word. Probability class. Also, hi Don. Oh yeah. Hey, yeah, there is a Dan also in chat. You're not wrong, Zach. Probability class used the Ross probability model textbook. I've never heard of that one. The audio effect on the song makes my brain hate my ears. Oh, I think it's over now at least. I wasn't really. I'll turn the music down a bit more. I honestly wasn't able to hear it much. Princess Miley for forgetting to eliminate them. I just want to see like what it covers. God, $100 dues. Well, that's for the bundle, I guess, but $84 dues for a paperback book. Ooh, this book looks sick. I don't know what these are. Don't know what coupling is. I think I would enjoy this book though. It looks like at least for what it covers, it seems good. Zach is alive. My last Saturday morning felt like a lot emptier than usual because I wasn't able to have Zach on in the background while I like make my coffee and stuff. I considered OpenStacks. I don't think they go this deep. It'd be cool if they did though. 1 through 6 and 8. Okay, that's cool stuff. Book Markov chains. This looks sick. I mean, Markov chains are kind of amazing. I should really study them specifically at some point. I've only ever like they've only ever been like tangentially related to whatever I'm doing. 9 through 13 aren't in the book or something? Oh. Weird. Oh wait, since there's more people here now, I noticed a funny thing in this linear algebra done right textbook. Okay, so look at this page number is 23. We all know and love 23. This page number is 21. But this page number is approximately 7 pi. I think that's really funny. It's not bolded like the other page numbers, which is funny. I think it's a really fun, like, Easter egg. OpenStack's above calc? Yeah. It'd be cool if they did go beyond calc, but OpenStack already does so much. I can't blame them. I want to take stochastic modeling class next semester. Ooh. Classical invasion, statistical inference, comparison validation of models. I would be all over that class if I had the opportunity to take it. That sounds amazing, King Assassin. I hope you enjoy. Should become the standard. Same thing in functional analysis book using your grad program. Oh, funny. 100 pi? Wait, okay, let's check out 314 here. Because I'm curious about the same thing, King Assassin, if there's more page numbers like this. I tried doing a control F for the, like, pi symbol, but they start using pi as a function name, which annoys me. 312, 313. Hey, 100 pi! 271? Oh, because ooh, true. Too far. $262. Wait, I should be doing this. Oh, boring. We only have love for pi, I guess? Wait, no! Aha! Good call, yep. Although, it is a linear algebra textbook. Maybe you need to be careful using e's. Because that, you know, like, what if that's 100 times a basis vector? That's fun. Ooh. Sorry, I haven't seen the SVD written like this before. I don't know what this means quite yet, but I think I could figure it out. Yeah, SVD is cool. In a class I took, we used it to do background subtraction in a video, which I thought was really like a fun application of the SVD. Oh wait, 161. What? SVD the goat? True. No golden ratio, love. Rest in peace. Don't forget about your linear algebra, honestly. My stuff we learned in my class is the basic stuff like eigenvalues. I mean, if you just want the fundamentals, there's a really good series of lectures from Strang on like introductory linear algebra. Use pi as a unit. How do we know we reached 2 pi? Just count one rotation? I guess so. It depends what you mean by reaching 2 pi. But yeah, I guess if you had numbers that are like base pi, you could think of them as counting unit circle rotations. Maybe, I bet that there's something in there. I think it is possible to have like base pi numbers. That's what like p-adic stuff is about, maybe. I do, King Assassin, on the old GitHub. Yeah. This one. It's even cooler because it's randomized linear algebra. which is much cooler than regular linear algebra. I think I only have still frames. I probably still have the actual... Oh, wait, I bet if I dig through my files, I still have the actual video. Let me see. What is this? Probably homework 3. Yeah! Okay, let me show the original video first. Wait. What? Sorry, there's a weird pop-up I'm trying to figure out. What happens here? Oh god, no. Okay, I can't play this video, this type of video file in my browser, I guess. But yeah, that's where it is. First few chapters of green functions by G.F. Roach. First chapter of Principles of Applied Math by Keener, pretty good for linear algebra. Okay. Wait, Green's G.F. Roach? Is that his actual... Like, Green's functions is GF. Gary Francis. I think it's funny. GF. Oops. Okay. I wonder if that's on purpose. Just see his GF, true. The book is... That's true, yeah. Where was I? Oh, Jed. You got redemption for being cheated yesterday. Oh, the magic number. Nice. Okay. Oh, you know what? Since you said you're interested in image stuff too, on my GitHub, there's also one about using wavelets, which is like a localized Fourier transform to do edge detection in images. Okay, I was trying to understand the proof. Like, I was trying to understand this proof here. The first part of the proof is very straightforward. The second part of the proof... So for the second part of the proof, we're starting from supposing there's only one way to write 0 as a sum of vectors. And we want to get to the fact that this is a direct sum, which means there's only one way to write any given vector. And so we start by taking some arbitrary vector in this sum. Then we suppose there's a second representation. So then you subtract these two things, you get 0 on the left-hand side, and then you get each of the coordinates subtracted on the right. And because we know there's only one way to write 0, and that's by taking each coordinate equal to 0. Then we know that each of these coordinates must equal 0 independently. So there is only one way to write this v vector. If you know there's only one way to write 0. Okay. I think I understand this proof now. There's a degree in integral transform class that covered a lot of wavelet and other stuff last spring. Couldn't take it and only sat in on the first few lectures as a guest. Ooh. Wait, so King Assassin, what type of degree are you going for then? Sorry if I asked you that before. But yeah, wavelets are really cool. There's an annoying lack of information when I was working on the wavelet project about like the different types of wavelets and like comparing their performances. Did math and physics undergrad and a physics master's? Is that so you work on the physics master's right now, I assume? Okay. That's awesome. In the mood for math today? Hell yeah, famished. Yep. Physics is really fun. Brain is accepting it. Good. You love to hear it. How much more do we have in this section? Oh, not long, and then we can get to doing these exercises. Did a bit of weights over summer, my directed study, but you low-key forgot some of it. Yeah, I've forgotten a lot of it. It's really annoying because I only did it a few months ago, but it's kind of, I mean, I guess more like 6 months ago, but it's already kind of fallen out of my head. I bet I could pick it up relatively quickly though. From chemical engineering, fluid mechanics is most of your physics this semester? Ooh, that's... I I imagine that sounds like a pretty, or I imagine it's a pretty tough class, and also maybe not that. I mean, I guess that's pretty physicsy, but not kind of like the typical physics you think of. Fluid mechanics gets wild sometimes. It's not like that. That's one of the things I'd like to learn more about at some point. We did a tiny bit of fluid mechanics in my complex analysis class as an example of like applications for complex analysis. It was very like broad and not very specific though. Like the professor explained to us how an airplane wing works and how you like you start by solving how a fluid flows around a circle, and then you just do a geometric like plane transformation, I think a Jacobi transformation or something, to make it into a wing shape. And you can show that there's like the vortex shedding thing that is actually what makes them fly. Jakowski, thank you. Yeah, Quitch math. I guess like very basic aerodynamics probably. It's something like that, Bresticles. Yeah. We might have said like JAKO or something. I don't remember. I'd have to look at my notebook. But yeah, it was cool, but I feel like I didn't actually like learn it. One of my homework problems will be how fast to spin a slow hardening polymer as a backing for a telescope based on the focal length we want and stuff. Ooh. That's probably pretty difficult, but that sounds really cool. EMFT and solid state physics right now. Ooh. Electromagnetic field theory? EMFT? Theoretically still switch from any of my classes to solid state, but I don't know. Fair enough. I've read a fluids class before as well. Yeah, that a lot of what you're mentioning sounds kind of unusual for a physics masters, but I wouldn't know. We're produced by differential by pressure differential, so yes-ish. Yeah, OB. I wouldn't say I know how an airplane actually works. After having that little thing, but it's something about vortices and something like that. Use the same thing to show how conformal mappings can be used to solve for capacitance and non-standard geometry. A Joukowsky transformation? Interesting. So I assume you're taking maybe like a parallel plate capacitor or some other like known situation and just doing conformal mapping on it. Okay. That's interesting. Quantum computing, fluid mechanics, and probabilities my semester. Okay. Fair enough. Next, let's look at the simple condition for testing whether a sum of two subspaces is a direct sum. Suppose U and W are subspaces of V, then U plus W is a direct sum if and only if U intersect W is the zero vector. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Differential super basic explanation given to pilots who don't need to know the specifics. Given another layer of nuance, I expect there are more layers of nuance. Oh, yeah, almost certainly, Obi. I bet what you would do at, like, I bet the people at, like, Boeing or whatever actually do is probably just, they have some, like, PDE that they throw, like, numerical simulations at. Hey, Jay. Nothing much. How about you? With the basic stuff, you can do some crazy geometries if you want to do enough math. Yeah. Didn't use Joukowsky, different mapping regardless. Yeah, fair enough. Laplace equation applied to conformal mapping. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even think about that because we for one of my homework problems in complex analysis, we did. I think it was temperature, like steady state temperature distribution. For the situation, which is also Laplace's equation, if you have a big green circle that's being held at, I think, like maybe 0 degrees in an inner circular plate being held at 100, and your domain is the space between them, you could solve Laplace's equation in polar coordinates for this, but what's way simpler is to do a conformal mapping, a Mobius transform, and you can actually transform this domain into a vertical strip. I forget which one goes on which side. Probably the opposite, actually. And that's a way simpler situation to solve. Jay, it's 2:45 in the afternoon. How to lock in? This, you just gotta kick your own ass and start doing it. There's not much else to it. Where it's like if you're friend of the spirals. Generally have not taken complex analysis or anything like that, Rip. Oh, complex analysis is such a great subject. I'm kind of surprised. I thought a lot of physics people had to do complex analysis. Earn sub, thank you. Appreciate it. Wasn't super rigorous explanation. Already like 30 pages just through for mapping onto a parallel plate solution to derive a cylindrical capacitor. Should be derived with this. Ooh, yeah. Okay. That's cool. Sandels. Strip me naked and drop me on the Antarctic if I'm wrong. In some way, isn't the corresponding coefficient something akin to a cosine for random variables? Seeing covariance correlation as an inner product? Wait, what corresponding coefficient? Correlation coefficient? Or, oh, the correlation coefficient. Oh, okay. Seeing the correlation coefficient something akin to a cosine for random variables? Thermodynamics is not easy. I don't know what you're talking about. Jay suggested you get drunk for a second there. I mean, you wouldn't have to twist my arm. uh, correlation coefficient. You can have covariance as an inner product. It gives some nice geometric interpretations. Which got you solve that circular heat equation problem with a conformal mapping? Complex analysis, Dr. Cook. I still have my homework saved if you want the actual problem. We did Ablowitz and Focus. It's one that Femex and I were studying out of over summer. It's a decent book. It's definitely on the applied side. Relationship to inner products. Here we go. What really shocks me is that electrical engineering majors don't usually have to take complex analysis. Really? I mean, they certainly learn a lot of complex stuff. Maybe they just have their own version of it. We had 4 elective math classes we take, one of minimum. Linear algebra, statistical methods, PDs, complex functions. Okay, you took all but complex functions. Okay, fair enough. Those all seem like pretty fun classes, so I can't blame you. Many of the properties of covariance can be extracted elegantly by observing that it satisfies similar properties to those of an inner product. Bilinear. For constants A and B, random variables X, Y, Z. Covariance. Huh. Is that the definition of bilinear that I'm used to? I don't know. Like, I wonder if that's equivalent. Symmetric, positive, semi-definite. Okay. Yeah, that's like, yeah, like a bilinear form. I still haven't seen, like, any cosines. Quitch said earlier that you do have geometric interpretations from viewing covariance as an inner product. But yeah, maybe there's a cosine somewhere in here because inner products are involved. Plus, oh yeah, we were, yeah, it wasn't for the heat equation. It was for Laplace's equation. That is an important distinction. Makes ponder more on what cosine is in non-geometry stuff. Yeah, I would assume in some way, even for the generalized inner product, you could still define it somehow as being like the magnitude of the inner product divided by the magnitude of each thing individually. Projections giving estimators, I think. It's been a while. Fair enough, Quitch. You need small, fair enough. Or solving Algebra problems? That's the plan for today, Cook. I was just getting to the end of chapter 1C, and I was gonna get started on those. I'm trying to give a chat at the moment though. Inner product divided product norms, right? Putting them together, at least for math, advanced calc 2. Last time got turned into like 4% independent study thing. Oh wow. That's crazy. Hey Slim, secretly concerned you may have a child out in the world, but that you won't meet him until he turns 18 and tracks you down. I think that's always a concern. You know, I'm not sure anyone can be sure they don't have some secret child out there that they're not aware of. All right, see ya, Aman. That is kind of, and that's a joke, but that does remind me of my uncle used to have like a cork board, I think with a map of the world, and he had like different colored pins to mean different things. So like one color would mean like I visited this place, another color would mean like I wanted to visit this place. And in the little like legend he had, I think it was a white pin means I fathered an illegitimate child in this place. That's what the label was. There weren't any white pins actually on the map though, so uh maybe, you know, if we waited for longer he would have gotten one. Be disappointed if you couldn't grow a beard like yours. No, my family has good beard growing genes. There's a lot of beards in my family. Bunch of cousins around. That's true, Slim. I might. Can't pull, and it's not a concern. That's because people aren't concerned. Okay. What's the proof for this thing? U plus W is a direct sum. Then if V is in the intersection of U and W, then 0 is equal to V plus minus V. Ed Sheeran is my cousin? Maybe. I I don't have definitive proof that he's not my cousin. So there's a non-zero chance that he is my cousin. Are we all cousins? If you go back far enough, I guess so. Almost surely your cousin. Thank you, Quitch. Yeah. Unique representation of 0 is sum of vector in U, vector in W. We have V equals 0. Do we? Oh. Yeah, okay. Sure. Because U plus W is a direct sum. So there's only one way to write the 0 vector, and that's by zeroing out all the coordinates, I guess? And you think of these as the coordinates, maybe? And since that was for a generic vector in the intersection, that means you only have the 0 vector. I don't know. I might be wrong in my reasoning for why that's true, but let's look at the other direction for the proof. Suppose we start with the intersection being 0. For the U plus W is a direct sum. Suppose U is in U, W is in W, and that. Sure. And with the proof, we need only to show that U equals W equals 0 by 1.45. Sure. The equation above implies that U equals minus W, which is in W. U is in the... Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. From here to here. Hence U equals 0. Which by the equation above implies that W equals 0. Wait, does it? U equals 0? Oh, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Said, difference between composite number and rational number. Sure. A composite number, if I'm remembering right, is the product of two primes. Or more. And these are all, always integers. So for example, what's a good composite number? I guess 12 is a good composite number because it's, well, no. How about 2 times 3 times 5? 30. 2 times 3 times 5. Yeah, I almost put down my drink to type or more. Yeah. I caught myself. I could feel the correction from someone coming. So yeah, I'd say the big thing to note for the sake of your question said is it's always an integer. A rational number is the ratio, hence rational, of two integers. So 3 divided by 5 is rational. Actually, and technically, 30 is also rational. How do you spell because? There you go. I put the U first for some reason. Because 30 is equal to 30 divided by 1. And so I guess rational numbers include composite numbers. Hey, Leo. So said Ketchup, does that answer your question? How do you say bottle of water? Bottle of water. I'm American, so I say it normally. Normal relative to Americans, I guess. 6 over 6, 7. I mean, I don't think. Do you have prime rational numbers? You could think of like sums of like 1 over, like Egyptian fractions maybe. But I guess that's you can express every fraction like that, can't you? I don't know. All composites are rational, but all rationals are not composite. Yes, said. That is accurate. Composite numbers are rational, but not all rational numbers are composite. Hey, Skirt. If certainty were truth, we would never be wrong. Sure. Yeah, okay, yeah. I like that. Of course, you say 6-7 as soon as I click on your stream. I'm always 6-7ing, Skirt. Surprised you don't have a bunch of channels for math in the Discord? Yeah, I mean, the Discord just isn't super active in the first place. I feel like I probably get rid of a lot of the channels. And I feel like there's not a point in splitting up the discussion when there isn't much discussion in the first place. Fight me? Okay. I'll buy a plane ticket. Not sure composite rational makes sense. I'm not sure it doesn't make sense. I mean, you have to have some kind of like fundamental unit for rational numbers, wouldn't you? I'm not sure there is a good one. So yeah, Leo. On the cruise, I heard a Jamaican guy ask a British lady, "Do you say you want a bottle of water?" Said, "Yeah, gee, I'm getting a bottle of water." Bottle of water is fun. Did you pause buffered right? You said that? They paused me. Is it getting me saying that? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Sorry, King Assassin. If I could be affiliate and not have ads, I would. But I figured that the pre-roll ads are the lesser of two evils compared to having ad breaks every hour. But yeah, I guess if you need me to repeat it, there isn't much discussion in my Discord in the first place, and so if anything, I feel like I could delete a lot of channels that are there, because there's just not a big point in splitting up the little discussion that there is. You're just gonna be like standing like this for like, that's probably a long ass flight. I bet it's like 13 hours. Actually, from Washington, probably even more, 14 or 15. I don't know. Hang out during one of my stream blocks to review stuff. What time? 20? It's not 27 hours. I mean, maybe with the layover. What's the capital? Manila? Yeah. Wow, plane. What the hell? Oh no, that's not for round trip. No, wait. Why are plane tickets this cheap? Okay. 17 hours, 19 hours, 20 hours? Not 27, but that's stupidly cheap. It's gonna could be 27? Okay. Different accent. Yeah, I guess a Jamaican person talking to a British person will be kind of funny. Very different accents. We can't get home for that? Yeah, it'll be like when I went to Japan. Oh wait, okay, we did go with a really cheap budget airline, and we bought it during a really good time. Maybe it was about 800. I don't remember if it was. It might have been more. I don't know. Leo, I will hang out during your block. It just as long as it's not too early, because I'm not big on waking up early. Wait, oh wait, 10:30 a.m. Eastern. I probably won't be there. I'm sorry, Leo. If you're there for later, I got out of bed at like. You got 2 blocks? Okay, okay. I way overslept today, and I'm certainly not gonna promise I'm not gonna oversleep again on Saturday. Have I tried Krapow Guy? See you, Stoffel. Krapow Guy? No. What is it? Spicy Thai basil chicken. I've never been big on Thai food. At least the Thai food that I have tried. This looks pretty good, though. Like, I feel like I need to try more Thai food, because people really like Thai food, and I've tried Pad Thai a couple of times, and I've just never been very big on it. This could be good, though. It looks good. Meet you halfway in Dubai? Dubai is so hot. And also, that might be a longer flight for me. I wonder what's farther. Sorry, I'm behind on Leo's chats. Should we think of composites on Q? Because composites are really Notion on Z, but they're like not primes. Oh, I guess, yeah, could you map prime number specifically to Q? There's no reason you couldn't, right? What's my best Bomboclat? I don't know what Bomboclat is. Coolest kid with your 2 blocks. True. Killer STS build. STS2 build is kind of sus. You're allergic to all Thai food. Is that true? Which, yeah, I guess it is. I did look up Slay the Spire 2. I didn't realize it's a card game, and that's kind of a negative for me. It's also $25 for a card game. Maybe stay indoors and never go out? Yeah. I don't know if I'd want to go to Dubai, though. I feel like that's the equivalent of, like, Vegas, where, like, there's a lot of, like, attractions, but they're not, like like, I don't know, I feel like it's I don't know. If you want to experience like a different culture, there's better places to go, I guess, because I imagine, I don't know, Dubai is far away, but I feel like it's kind of like a, you'd be surprised? Okay, maybe I'm judging Dubai too quickly. Wait, are you actually are allergic to most Thai food? What like ingredient? They don't know if there's a language community, just like how there's a math and physics community. Probably Lucas. I know, I don't remember his name. I know there's a streamer on Twitch that does like teaches Dutch to English speakers. I'd have to dig up his name, but there's a reading and writing category on Twitch also. That's probably the best place to look. Soon make a long overdue personal decision. Ooh. But yeah, Lucas, if you want me to figure out the name of that streamer, let me know. But I would look in reading and writing. That's probably the best place. Or even just try searching language. Maybe you'll find something. Is there a way to make a formula for prime numbers work for non-integers? I mean, there is no formula for all prime numbers at least. Oh, for French. Ooh, I'm sure there's streamers like that out there. I don't know though. You have to try looking through French streams, or I. I'm not sure. But there's a formula for prime numbers that's like not all prime numbers, but like 4n-1 or like Mersenne Primes or something. Like we have a formula for primes of a certain form, don't we? Is this guaranteed to be prime though? No, I wouldn't think so. Okay. Just don't learn French, problem solved. You have lots of allergies? Oh, that sucks, Leo. Thai food I have is usually over spicy. Talked to the guy selling spices at the food festival who's from India. Agreed with me that's the stuff that tries to fry your test buds without purpose other than to be hot. Yeah, that's why I don't like I like a bit of spicy, but I do not like too spicy for that exact reason. Hot, very hot, extra hot, super hot. Wow. Yeah, like Thailand and South Korea are the two countries I think with the spiciest food. You know, and Thailand you ate nothing but moo ping. Moo ping. I'm so American. I almost said, I put an R there because I'm about to write Pringles, I think. Ooh. That looks delicious. French is very sophisticated. I probably is. Kidnap a French person? That's an option. Andrew language self-res hyperglot who shares tips on languages? Ooh. That's cool. Andrew language. I am the master linguist. Guy from India is like, this is hot for hot sake. Oh, that's true. Yeah. In India also. And n equals 4? Oh, 15? Okay, sure. N equals Leo's number plus 1. N equals 5. 32. Wait. Yeah, 32. 31 is prime? Is it not? N equals 6, 7. Oh, wait. It's the point that if it's oh, wait. It did say if it's composite, then the if N is composite, then so is okay. Got some super hot, fits in just about everything, gets hot, fades away very pleasantly. Okay. See the goal is B1 plus for school. Jeez. It's like pushing limits of what I remember right there. Glitter Redeemer, you eat fire noodles? I'm not very good with spicy food. I don't... Like, what are fire noodles? Oh. How spicy are these? I've eaten Buldak. Hmm. Don't do Maruchan, you American fuck. Hey, there's nothing wrong with Maruchan every now and again. We can toss some Cajun seasoning, sometimes cayenne pepper in them, but not too much. Oh, nice. I'd have to like cook them though. That sounds like a pain. If n is composite, it will not be prime. Ooh, is there a difference of squares in there? Yeah. Okay. YouTube is censoring you? That's annoying. If n is composite, 2 to the n minus 1 is also composite. I'm not going to write the also thing. Velvet Goat Cheese, welcome in. How did you know I was given a matrix for calculating all primes? Turns out it translates every point to 0. Also, Haya. Is there a matrix that points that translates every point to 0 besides the 0 matrix? I don't know. Either way, hi, Velvet Goat Cheese. Welcome in. Cup of noodles for live? Honestly, no. I think that the noodle packets are way better than the cup noodles. Let n equals, I guess, KL. Why not? 2 to the n minus 1 is equal to 2 to the k, 2 to the l, minus 1. Ooh, wait. I thought one of these would have to be even, but that's not true. I thought we'd be able to factor this like the difference of two squares. Instant version can do the carbonara buldak. Carbonara buldak? Wait, like spaghetti carbonara? That does not sound good. This does not look good. And it's spicy? Oh god, no. I don't know. I don't know about that. It's not about taste. Indomie noodle packs. I never heard of Indomie. Like resources, people to speak to, time motivation. We need to live with my language interests. Fair enough. Are we talking about Thai food? It just kind of came up, Lucas. I don't know. Found a packet of ramen in my pantry that expired in 2009. Oh god, you should be brave and eat it. Yeah, I could definitely do it for an even N. Indomie is the best, really? Either force it down my mouth, do it to That's what she said. I like Shin ramen, like instant ramen. It's pretty spicy, but it's not too spicy for me, just barely. So we let n equals 2k. Yeah. Shin Ramyun Black. And that's composite. I also have to glaze cup of noodles, like I mentioned before, also be dropping out to become a nomadic door-to-door ramen salesman. Don't tell the Italians. True, Quitch. Haven't had cup noodles in forever, probably for a reason. Yeah. I did just try for Trader Joe's has like, it's not even like ramen, but it's just like noodles with sauce. That's it, instant. And it said spicy on it. It was barely even spicy though. It was kind of disappointing. Loading does not happen on Twitch. There, it's kind of fragmented, Lucas. You could try looking for various like keywords. The next best thing is TKF, the Knowledge Fellowship. Google Doc of EDU streamers. Let me pull this up. Fancy Trader Joe's? Mm-hmm. This is like a public document for educational streamers on Twitch. So if there is a language streamer... Oh, wait, they even updated my name. That's probably Zach. Thank you, Zach. Yeah. 'Cause I think I got on this list when I was Dondo's Math. I guess that's the Dutch language person. I don't see... Yeah. Lotoglots. Learning world languages for fun. I don't know if the person is still... I don't know if every person on this list is still active, but... I don't think there's a lot of language streams on Twitch. But the person Obi said and Lotoglots, I guess maybe the best we can do. But if you want French specifically, like, I'm sure you could, like, there's probably random French streamers. 1 month ago? Okay. Maybe. But yeah, there's a Knowledge Fellowship Discord. Let me find the link to that, because if you really wanted to go above and beyond, you could join the Discord and ask there. Who would have it? Like, probably Rocket Sage would have the link on her profile. Aha! Copy image link. That's not it. Copy link. There. That should be the join link for TKF Discord. Yeah, it is. Okay. I should have that as a command, actually. I'll make that after the stream. That stream a month ago? I mean, I think it's the best we can do, OB. I don't think there's a lot of dedicated language streamers on Twitch. But there are a lot of people who stream in French, in general. Hey, Wild Child, I remember you. Can you use the even case to prove the odd case? Can you? Yeah, King Assassin, that's a link to the TKF Discord. You missed Donda's Meth? You can still call me that if you want. Numi is Indonesian, comes with a 3-panel pack with spice mix, oil, and chili oil. Ooh. Oh, shoot. Where can I post a spinning fluid mirror problem for my homework? I guess the math discussion shit channel, King Assassin, yeah. Sorry, I just realized I missed a lot of people's chats, and that was not on purpose. If I miss your chat, please yell at me. I never do meth anymore. I do meth all the time. Good luck, Wild Child. Okay, we're almost onto the exercises. Oh yeah, and also I I assume you're just like sharing that for fun, King Assassin. I don't know if I could actually solve this, but let's at least read it. Fabrication of a parabolic mirror. It is proposed to make a backing for a parabolic mirror by rotating a pan of slow hardening plastic resin at a constant speed until it hardens. Calculate the rotational speed required to produce a mirror of focal length 100 centimeters. The focal length is 1/2 the radius of curvature at the axis. 1/2 the radius of curvature at the axis. I don't know what that means yet. Which in turn is given by this fucked up differential equation. The answer is 21.1 RPM. That's kind of a really cool idea, like using angular momentum to make a lens. Is that how they usually make lenses? I don't know. Or I guess it's a mirror, not a lens. The sine area thing doesn't work. Oh no. Liquid mirror telescopes? Okay. And yeah, like I said, King Assassin, I assume you're not asking me. Okay, yeah, you are just sharing it. Liquid mirror telescope. You know, the thing about sine errors is to just always make an even number of sine errors, and then you're okay. Mirrors made with a reflective liquid. This common liquid uses mercury. Other liquids work as well. Low melting point alloys of gallium. Liquid in this container rotate at a constant speed around a vertical axis, cause surface liquid to become a paraboloidal shape. Paraboloidal. Okay, never mind. I thought it was a tongue twister, but it's not that hard to say. The parabolic reflector can serve as a primary mirror of a reflecting telescope. Rotating liquid assumes the same surface shape regardless of the container's shape. Ooh, that makes sense. That's kind of like, I imagine it's hard to actually like prove. To reduce the amount of liquid metal needed and thus weight, rotating mercury mirror to a container that is a close to necessary parabolic shape is feasible. Liquid mirrors can be a low-cost alternative to conventional large telescopes. Yeah, this image is pretty sick. Like, this looks like a painting in the reflection. Just a little bit of the math? Okay. Yeah, which this is kind of sick. M is mass of an infinitesimal parcel of liquid material on the surface of the liquid. Why? I wonder why I talk about that and not density. R is the distance of the parcel from the axis of rotation. Oh, probably going to use a differential equation. Yeah, sure. H is the height of the parcel above a zero to be defined in the calculation. I mean, that differential equation does not look so scary. It seems very difficult to set up, but that's a pretty neat differential equation. Should be interested in researching or figure out how it works in physics. It's about how and if and just wanting to make atoms with ridiculous balances. For example, an atom that wouldn't decay with 3 electrons and 7 protons. I mean, I'm not a chemistry person. From what I've been told, the issue with stuff like that is that it's not stable, so I don't know how you would make it stable. I guess that is like a physical chemistry sort of thing, though. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely physics involved in that. I don't know how you would I don't know how you would work stuff that out though. You can do the composite thing by direct factorization, essentially the same way you do the even case. X to the k minus 1 is equal to x minus 1. Oh. Is x minus 1 always a factor? I guess, oh, okay, sure. Uh, wait, so if I do this division, I don't, the pattern might be too hard to work out here. Anything that exists in the world, problems bouncing neutrons and protons in a nucleus. Can I do it? I guess we'll find out. I'll try doing the reverse direction. Leo is supposing, or I guess Leo has claimed that this is true. Well, I haven't written the equality. Twitch was twitching hard earlier. I started my stream like an hour late because of it. Also how one gets 1 over 1 minus x. Oh, I always thought of that with because of the series. We could start with the right side. Oh, this, holy crap. That, okay, I see it. That actually makes so much sense. So if you take this x and multiply it into each of these terms, you get x to the k minus 1, dot dot dot, plus x squared plus x. And then when you take the negative 1 and multiply it to all of these terms, you get minus x to the k minus 1, plus x to the k minus 2, plus dot dot, plus x plus 1. And so all of these bad boys cancel, leaving us with just an x to the k minus 1. That's actually way easier than I thought it'd be. You notice it is the same series, but x to the k goes to 0 when x is less than 1. Doesn't... I'm not sure what you mean by that last comment, Leo. There's a lunar eclipse tonight, really? Lewis, he's saying it's not fully clear to anyone why. Lewis, are you talking about what Lucas is saying? Let me see what's up with the lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse tonight. Bad news for those hoping to see a lunar eclipse tonight. Well, bad news for me at least. We're gonna get clouds. We are, yeah, like starting, I think tomorrow, or I guess tonight even, it's gonna be rainy here. Around 9 p.m. It's still worth checking, I guess. Blood moon lunar eclipse. I want to see a map of the entire U.S. Like, ooh, that's a cool diagram. Most viewers in North and South America, except those in Alaska and northern regions of Canada, will have a chance to see every stage of the lunar eclipse. Unlike solar eclipses, lunar eclipses can be viewed safely with a naked eye. Hell yeah, you love to hear it. That's what I get for living in Seattle. I mean, real. All right, let me set a reminder. Because that will be kind of sick. And I know the exact spot. Well, I don't know what angle it'll be in the sky, but if the angle works out, I know exactly where I'd want to be for it. Lunar eclipse tonight, I don't know, 8:30? Maybe we'll say 8. No worries, Lewis. Welcome in. Atomic case huge from superior amounts of neutrons and protons. 2 weeks after the solar eclipse. Yeah, I was watching NASA's live stream about the solar eclipse. Britain is very cloudy, so that's a no-go. That sucks. On my roof? I bet there'd be a lot of spiders up there. My apartment just has so many spider webs. I don't know if I want to be on the roof of my building. Everyone meet up on my roof. Easy. You already gonna do this? There you go. As well, only deals with the case of 2 subspaces. Asking one possible direction with more than 2 subspaces, not enough to test each pair. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. You have to consider a vector from 2 subspaces adding to a vector from one of the other subspaces, right? I don't think. I mean, there probably are poisonous spiders, but not like an especially high amount. I kind of assume the farther north you go, the less poisonous stuff gets. The thing from Super Smash Brothers Brawl? I don't remember a subspace in Super Smash Brawl. All right, we're problem solving now. Oh shoot, you know I forgot to do it. There's been a few first time chatters. They may or may not still be here. But just in case, if you're interested in more math streams like this on Twitch, it's not just me out there. It's a whole little like niche of us who do it on Twitch, so check us all out, please. What is F3? It's a 3-dimensional field. It's basically R3 or C3. It's for the purposes of this book, F3 is either R3 or C3. It in general though, it's just a field with 3 like dimensions. What if they have closed solutions that give you decay rates for a lot of standard quantum physics stuff? You can't get far past 1 to 2 helium atoms to get a closed solution. I think they consider finite stuff too. Just not right now. Or I mean, what do you mean, like finite dimensional or? I don't know actually. There might the word infinite might means something else in this context that I don't know. Subspace of F3. So all vectors in F3 such that this combination adds to 0. Hey, Curiosity. There it's a subspace. So let me get the conditions for a subspace on the screen. Okay, so not the dimensions, but like the number of elements. I don't think we've considered that, but I do spy a chapter called finite. Oh, dimensional. Never mind. I don't know. This is a linear algebra problem. Curiosity. So we could write this vector as minus 2x2 minus 3x3 x2 x3. And we could even go a step further and write it minus 2 1 0 plus x3 minus 3 0 1. I'm thinking it probably is a subspace because I've written it like this. It's just a plane, right? We should actually, so I guess we should check if it contains, we should actually check these conditions though, right? It does contain the zero vector because taking all zeros satisfies that equation. Is it closed under addition? Well, yeah. And it's going to be closed under scalar. So for the closed under addition part, I guess you would take two different vectors, like x and y. You would know that... Oops. These two equations are true independently. And then you could add them together. And get a vector that's still in the subspace, because it can be written in this form. Having finiteness, so you can't have finiteness with characteristic 0. Probably not here. Rings and fields are quite cool. Don't have good intuition for it. No longer holds vector space over finite fields. I have 0 intuition. Make me think of modern algebra. That's the name of a book, I assume? Groups is cool. I don't care as much about rings and fields personally. I don't care about any of it. I wish I could care. Because it seems like it is helpful for certain things, but I have a hard time caring about most of algebra. I like linear algebra, but aside from that. Yeah, like that. If I did try to learn group theory again, I'd want to learn it through that lens, King Assassin. I've heard that. I haven't heard of it in physics, but I've heard of group theory being helpful for like describing symmetries of molecules, which can get kind of complicated. Um, but I don't know specifically. Representation theory, but no, nothing of it. Yeah, that I'm pretty much the same way. And then scalar multiplication. Basically, we would know, or we would want to figure out whether this vector satisfies the equation, and it would, because we just divide out Well, I guess we probably want to do it backwards. Okay. So, yes, for part B, part A. Part B is certainly going to be no, because it doesn't contain 0. Zero is not in... I mean, we haven't given these a name. I'm just going to abbreviate it. Group theory is more mathematical physics and quantum, like SO and SU and U groups. Okay. I wouldn't know. Kind of contrived, identifying diagonalizable with middle polynomial has no repeated roots, requires that the ground field be algebraically closed, and no finite field is algebraically closed. Also a problem with R. High-temperature groups are also very useful for quantum calculations, like a molecule. Okay. Part C. So this is any vector with at least 1, 0 coordinate. So it does have the additive identity. Can x1, x2, or x3 not be 0 individually and still have a situation that satisfies the subset requirement? Uh... I don't know, King Assassin? I would think no. Is Dr. Cook saying yes to that? I'm not sure what the situation would be that still satisfies a subset requirement. I think it has to be... all zeros. So have a situation that Don gets Slay the Spire 2, we have sick duo runs. Oh god. Piggy Master. Using residue integration, somehow I'm in the situation of a contour that avoids infinite branch cuts and is genuinely cooking me. You're probably doing some crazy integration. if you want, I'll post the problem. Oh, you're responding to Leo. Okay. Yeah, King Assassin, the only thing I think of to interpret your question is if you can think of some other element as a 0 element, but I don't think so. Um, I think this problem is more time-consuming hard rather than difficulty hard. Okay, fair enough. Most modern algebra left my brain when I graduated, last semester in undergrad. I never did it. I never taken an actual algebra class. I've done some self-studying, besides linear algebra, but that doesn't count. A subspace inherits vector space operations, so no, it does have to be the same 0 vector. Okay. Going to graduate, either modern algebra or topology. Fair enough. What was your math undergrad like a general math degree? Because mine was a I think applied math concentration, which had different requirements. General math? Okay, okay. I guess like pure math, but yeah. That 0 vector better be cool and chill and not gross and cringe. There's nothing wrong with being gross and cringe, okay? Both applied math and math have the same requirements, though? That's kind of crazy. Maybe it's not that crazy. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like I kind of cheated the system now that I think about it, because I have, in my applied math bachelor's, I never took abstract algebra, I never took analysis of any kind. I never did, like, topology, but I think that's kind of on the side. I was able to avoid a lot of hefty, like, math classes. I can be gross and cringe? Yes, Slim, be as gross and cringe as you want. I never... I don't know if they even offered complex analysis. They did offer real analysis for sure, and I specifically avoided that class because it sounded hard. I regretted it later, but yeah. Actually, I think the professor for real analysis was also not a good professor. So I took him for other classes, and he did not give a shit about teaching. Or, like, he will be better at teaching grad students. He just didn't seem like he had time for undergrads. Or interest. Oh, I don't think we're close under addition here. I think... 101. Okay, you know, I'm gonna call it U. U. 101 is in U, and 110 is in U. But 101 plus 110, 220. That 210. 90210. Wait. 90211 is not in U. There we go. Advanced Calc 1 is the only math class in uni I got it below an A in. You got a C. I mean, that's nothing to be ashamed of, King Assassin. That would kind of haunt me, personally, but there's nothing wrong with that. I swear nowadays colleges be making you pay like thousands just to self-study with all these bad professors. Yeah. Hey, Rushback, I am good. How about you? Thanks for asking. Pretty close in addition, you have to have one shared element of 0 for you. Yeah, King Assassin. I agree. This is the union of coordinate planes, so you can see it's not closed pretty easily geometrically. Yeah. I think. I'm gonna kidnap you, put you in a dark room with an epsilon as your only company. You won't be released until you give us the delta. Oh, that would be my worst nightmare. Lock me in a room until I do an epsilon delta proof correctly. I might die of starvation. You're dead? Why are you dead? What's in you? Well, 2 vectors are in you, but 1 vector is not in you. Hey, Winklebutt. What are you sweet Jesusing about? You need fucking help? What's up? Oh, I just saw you post in the Discord. You think your linear algebra professor is a sadist? Hey, we're just talking about bad professors. You misplayed NAR. 80-kilometer bike ride in 3 hours? What is that in American units? 80 km 2 miles. What the hell? 50 miles, basically, in 3 hours? I would be dead, too. Why? What was it, like an event, or did you just do it because you wanted to do it? Oh my god. That's crazy. So one curse I got by chance is really destroying me. I should have just healed 10 HP all the way back then. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. How I feel when answering stupid math exchange problems in my free time. A1, B1, C1 is equal to 0. A2, B2, C2. Yes, King Assassin. That's a good way of putting it. He's a good professor. I swear he's testing the class. Or I'm just real bad at understanding column form for solution sets. Yeah, Winklebot, we might be able to help you out with that. Training for a half Ironman. Ooh, that's cool. Rushback. I probably got kicked in the nuts. That is the part that sucks about biking. How sore it makes you. You got that urge to go home, to get home and do linear algebra. True. Okay, Winklebot, if you don't want me to show your name, or like, if it's not anonymized, I won't show it on stream, if that makes you feel better. And you can like DM it to me if you preferred. It's up to you how much privacy you want. Head out to get a haircut. Remember, there's a Buffalo Bills game. Kick off at 7 p.m. Stadium is walking distance from me. Ooh. Enjoy. I didn't know that you're a football fan. 7 p.m.? Oh, that's in 10 minutes. Can you just casually walk to the stadium and get a ticket? It's not... I guess it's just... If it's just... Oh, wait, no. Isn't NFL just starting, though? It's not, like, filled up? Or, yeah, what might be easier, just take a screenshot of the problem itself and send that to me rather than the entire thing. Or just, like, the relevant portion. A Flowbee? Yeah, I think you've you've earned a map. A nap. You've also have earned a map. If there's any maps you want, Rushback, you've earned it. But also a nap. Okay, what does this field for part D look like? We have a free parameter x2, 0, 1, 0, plus x3, 5, 0, 1. It's a preseason game where we're playing the Steelers, get pretty well attended. Okay. Oh, you have a new stadium too. Cool. You too, Rushback. Thank you. Vulnbill, do I take Bully plus Mullen Fist or Taunt plus Chat? I think you take Taunt plus Chat, because you're always taunting Chat. I was watching football after 2018 FC Championship game. Never forget, bro. I don't... I probably know what happened if you told me what happened, or like I would like remember it. I don't follow football myself. I don't really care about football. The only reason that I know some things that happen in football is that I mean, I stopped listening to his podcast, but Bill Burr, when the NFL season comes around, him and another comedian have a podcast where they kind of like take bets on who wins, and their banter is really funny. So I listen to it for that, and I happen to hear about football in the meantime. I think it's the same situation as part A, isn't it? Like, this should be a subspace. Oh, wait, did Winklebot post the thing? You did, okay. You already submitted it? Okay. For the given system of equations to matrix form, use row operations, put the matrix in echelon form, find the solution set, and put it in vector form. Okay, so the thing that you're asking about is like that very last step, I assume, putting it in vector form. Two hours? I mean, this is a weird... If it is the thing that I'm thinking you're asking about, that is the weirdest part of this type of problem to me. Wild Divisor's doing more or less exactly this kind of problem, slowly understanding class group earlier today. Ooh, okay. You're fine with vector form. It's parameterized for sure. So if you want to, if it'll help you, I'll go through the entire problem. If you realize about one part, I would Wolfram Alpha certain things. This is an annoying system. And if you haven't learned it already, you will learn that, yeah, just by looking at it, it's going to have infinitely many solutions, as you say, parameterized. Also, why are they not in alphabetical order? X, Y, W, Z, U? Oh, sure, Fedlox. We can see if I get it right. Is it the one you told me about yesterday? Like the MIT problem that you got wrong? Yeah, Quitch, it is, like, partially ordered, I guess. It's a partially ordered set. The professor didn't like how I turned circuits into matrices. Solve them that way. We also complex number matrices he had to solve. They'd be like 6 by 6 plus in size. Oh my god. That, I mean, King's Assassin, I feel like you get it though. Like your professor does. I don't feel like your professor has the right to be mad at you, because if you can set up a matrix system, that's the same as setting up a regular system of equations. Same variable in each column. Oh, okay, yeah. That would be so annoying if it wasn't the same variable in each column. One, minus 3, 5. All right, let's see. This is the worst thing. It's so easy to make a mistake on these row operations. 0, minus 2, minus 3, 0, positive 5, minus 1, 0, minus 2, 0, minus 1, minus 3, 7, minus 7. 80% plus a point setting up the matrix, so I didn't manage to finish the problem in time on exams. 2 or 3. Oh god. AE. Okay, now we just need to get rid of this minus 2, and we're good. I mean, we could make them all ones. I don't think... I think just echelon form, you don't care about that, though. So minus row 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. REF is ones, yeah. Just echelon, you don't care. Put our hands in the air like we just don't care. Okay, 0, 2, minus negative 2 is 0. Minus 1, plus 3, positive 2. Minus 3, 2, minus 7, plus 1, minus 6. Okay. It's not the end of the world. Oh god, this is the end of the world. We know 2w minus 3z plus 2u is minus 6. Yeah, back substitution. Explain the shit doing a million damage, because it does more than 999,999 damage. Yeah, I've gone through all those Strang lectures, Dr. Cook, and I really like them. The only thing I remember not liking is that it's an introductory linear algebra class, and I don't remember him spending hardly any time on the relationship between a matrix like this and a system of equations. Like, it was like a very short period of time, and then he went on to other stuff. Minus 2y minus 3w plus 5u is minus 1. I should be doing this in the same order that's in the augmented matrix, sorry. I think if you're seeing it for the first time, you need to see it multiple times, in my opinion. I need to see it multiple times, personally. So you're working in Discord? Okay. In light mode, thank you, thank you. It quit out? Oh no. Nar. Yeah, I did like those, for sure. Because it's not just being able to translate back and forth, it's like how many solutions exist. He didn't really talk about... I mean, he probably did, but for me personally, he didn't spend enough time on like, when is there one solution, infinitely many, or zero? String can bust down with the best of them, whatever that means. String is awesome. No hate on String. You got everything in terms of x, y, z. Use a constant vector plus z times a vector plus u times a vector. Wait, so we have 3 equations, 5 unknowns. So that sounds right. There should be 2 spare vectors. Me times a vector? Really? He was 70. That's wild. Mechanical engineers showed them how to do this, made them do RAF by hand, and showed them how to get the calculators to do it for them. Oh, yeah, that's a good, like, technique. Came for statics, he'd never taken statics. Oh, wow. Okay, so with this stupid thing, actually, should we just look at your work, Winklebot? Okay. Instead of working out for myself. Be warned, it's a nightmare. Okay. OCW rapidly aged Stray. He is a lot older looking in his later lectures. Okay. This is kind of a nightmare. So these first 2 ones are different problems. Then 3 starts here. So you do your row operations, do the sneaky arrow up here. So you do get everything in reduced row echelon form. That's fine. Yeah, it's a sneaky arrow. So you see how sneaky that thing is? Just sneaking around. 89? What a Chad. Okay, yeah, this is tedious, but this all looks correctly. Never trust an arrow or a 0 vector. At least your process looks correct. I haven't checked all the actual, like, arithmetic. Yeah, this is just a pain. I can see why you, 0 vectors are pointless. I get it. Ha. I can see why you say Professor is a sadist, because this is kind of annoying. Your process looks completely correct, though. You know what, Leo? You're a point. How does that feel? There's actually something called pointless geometry, really, Swill? That's funny. Yeah, Winklebot, like, this set of solutions corresponds to, like, a plane in R3 that does not go through the origin, basically. It's like a plane with an offset. Yeah, I would highly recommend double checking yourself with Wolfram Alpha because it's really stupid to make an arithmetic mistake. You clearly know the correct process for solving the system. It's just the arithmetic that's always super annoying with this. Yeah, I'm going to Manila right now. In the Manila envelope. There's no calculators in class? Oh my god. I hope he does, yeah. A 2-credit class? Bruh. Whipping out a dinner to resolve a curiosity? Your favorite ice cream flavor? I want to see what pointless geometry is. And then we'll look at Fembox's physics problem. Unless we go by, let me know if you wanted to ask about this, but if I was grading you, I would. I've gotten the message that you understand how to solve this system. Like this looks perfect in terms of like the process that you've done. What was I about to Google? Oh yeah, pointless geometry. Sounds good. Music. Oh, it's the name of a band. We're going to page 2 of Google, guys. When's the last time you've done that? Topology. Ooh, shots fired. Google getting spicy about topology. Pointless topology. Lattices of open sets are the primitive notion, now required to consist of subsets of points. I don't know what a lattice of an open set is, but fair enough. Calc 3, I've yet to use a graphing calculator in a college course. Ooh. Yeah, sometimes they make you do it for like pre-calc or calc. But aside from that, stats is where they most often... Like, that's the number one thing they make you have a graphing calculator for. Different types of topology. I've heard of like point set topology versus something else. Vanilla is the GOAT ice cream flavor? Maybe if you add things into it. Never looked much into them because you didn't see the point. Graphing topology made no reference to points. Never heard anyone say anything interesting about pointless topology. You can start and end with what has no points. Vanilla is fire. You have to accept it. I haven't had good vanilla. I guess I haven't. I don't know. Usually what the vanilla ice cream that I've had is pretty cheap. FHEIO, whatever that means. All right, see ya, Leo. Page like 30 something? Oh my god, King Assassin. Page 30 of a Google search? That's wild. I feel like you should put that on your resume. Once made it to page 30 of a Google search. Detail-oriented. After like one math class in college? Yeah, I had one grad class, ironically, that required us to have a scientific calculator. None of my undergrad classes required a calculator, I don't think. Professors explained the difference between differential geometry and algebraic topology. Basically was, one is calculus on donuts, the other is algebra with donuts. That would be my best guess. Lattice algebraic objects meets and joins that act like unions and intersections. Okay, fair enough. Okay, Fembox. Fembox. Don't judge? I might get it wrong too. So Fembox apparently got this question wrong. Consider two uniformly charged parallel plates with opposite polarity as shown. The electric potential difference, VB minus VA, between the points A and B that lie outside the plates is... Okay, so the path doesn't matter. Positive, negative, and 0. So this is not my final answer, Regis. My gut is saying 0. Because we can choose any path we want. Because it's electrostatics. And I think I can get a path that is perpendicular to these field lines. I haven't drawn it that well. Dr. Cook wants to think about it too. And I assume you should not move through the plates because you would have like the field blowing up. Like you shouldn't move through a point charge. Okay, so this is for a positive. Well, okay, maybe that's wrong. Ooh, is it wrong though? So I am thinking it's a positive test charge. We start by a negative plate, which is where that positive test charge wants to go, and we're bringing it close to other charges, positive charges. So if anything, it should be 0 or positive. I do not think it should be negative. The point B is at a... Wait. They say VB minus VA. Shouldn't VB be at a lower potential, so maybe it's negative or 0? Maybe it's negative or 0. Proof by vibes, 0. Then it's whatever the correct answer is. Put that on a test, Winklebot. It's 0 or the correct answer, inclusive or. If we go right, we should get the same result as going left as well. I don't know if that makes a difference. We have 2 votes for negative. I think I can get down with negative. I think I like negative, because VB minus VA is like starting at A and going to B, or not to B. And I can imagine like these stray field lines out here are basically the path that the particle would take if you just like let the particle go and didn't do anything. Like it would naturally follow a path something like that, which means you're doing negative work. You don't need to have some external force here, right? College has 2 tracks you want to pick one of. Number theory and abstract algebra, or linear algebra and abstract algebra. One can do abstract algebra without a full course on linear algebra. Yeah, Winklebot, especially for introductory level, those 2 things are pretty freaking separate. I think if you go advanced enough, you start studying them at the same time. But for introductory level, you don't really need, like, they don't rely on the other. Dr. Cook's argument. Start from B. Walk away from the plate off to infinity. Then 2A from infinity. So this sort of path. Always going against the field doing that. Indicating a path from B to A, in which VB minus VA is equal to N A to B, E dot DS is greater than 0. The answer is not per se some equivalent math maturity is. That's fair. But like, just for like your basic group theory, ring theory, and some field theory that your normal abstract algebra classes, I don't think you need to know linear. Like number theory would be a lot more helpful if you were to prioritize stuff. You go from a third to a half chance randomly guessing. That's an interesting argument, Dr. Cook, going through infinity. But we have opposite answers. That's the problem. Dr. Cook is saying that's a positive work. Or positive path. I was saying negative. Well, wait, but Dr. Cook, you're starting from B. You start from A, though, don't you? Okay, okay. I guess we agree on negative. The Coulombic formula for potential? If infinity is 0 potential, or no, if potential relative to like a point charge, K Q over R. Yeah, and infinity is 0 potential for this formula, and radius to a point charge. Math maturity, been studying proof set theory of logic, construct number systems from the 3. Is that considered building math maturity? That sounds like a pretty good base right there. Like the proof and set theory and logic is the most important stuff that jumps out there to me. I'm not an expert on abstract algebra, though. I've only studied like the bare basics of group theory. Just consider the sum of dq over r. You can add a constant to the potential without changing the physics. Sure. An ideal infinite parallel plate capacitor chose 0, which was wrong. Correct answer is negative. Okay. Yeah, fair enough, Hamiltonian. We all got the answer. That's a group. Yep. Winklebot, you did call it. It was 0 or the correct answer. So I think you got it right in my book. Yeah, cool. That's basically my thought too. Let's see. Fenlox just posted the explanation. Oh, okay, Sock now. I hope it pans out for you. Yeah, please do. For path in the direction of E, the dot product is positive. Just look at it, bro. Therefore, the voltage difference is negative. I like that. That's not just look at it. So VB minus VA is less than 0. You can also think about positive charges being at higher potential than negative charges. Yeah. Is that a just look at it, bro? That seems a good explanation to me. The field outside the plates is small. If you took a long looping route, you would still be going the direction of E along that path. Yeah. Potential goes from positive to negative. Particles move from high to low naturally. Yeah. But electrons are negatively charged. I mean, I guess I did, Winklebot. I was pretty much looking at these stray lines out here and forming what the stray line would be if we had one. Okay, that's a nice question. I don't mind it. Did I finish the linear algebra? Not Winklebots, but the Axler. Oh, yeah, I can just do the... Yeah, this is fine. I can just do the same argument that I did here, and I don't want to do it. Yes. Okay, let's pull number 2. Strands are easier for sure. It's going to be infinities in the potential of each of the plates in this idealized situation. Yeah, I did realize that, like, you can't... Like, it is independent of path, but you shouldn't choose a path that goes through one of the charges. Because you have, like, a blowing up thing. Singularity. If I stand on A, there's convenient arrow going to B. What a jerk. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, Fembox. When you see the answer, it's really not that hard, but the capacitor, like, the capacitor kind of throws you off. In asymptote, yeah. Today was rough. Yeah, people who were rude, like somebody gave me a meeting schedule that was all full. They chewed me out because they said they were a manager. There's a manager job on Indeed. Oh, I'm sorry, Sakano. It's rough out there. What is 1.35? I don't know if I want to do this problem. Let's see what it is. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Derive capacitance without ignoring the edges of the plates. Isn't that really complicated? Shows that a differentiable real-valued function is f on the interval -4, 4, such that f prime minus 1 equals 3 times f of 2 is a subspace. Oh my god. Alright, let's try it. Axler loves these weird ones. Probably for a reason. That emote is Descartes-shaped? Yeah, that's an Ivan Neo emote. It is. It's a good emote. And speaking of, National Treasure 3 what was announced, and that they got Nick Cage back for it. Yep. I don't know if this is the joke you were thinking of, Winklebot, but I did see people on Reddit joking that National Treasure 3 is going to be about Nick Cage getting the Epstein files. And that was really making me laugh. Just the thought of making a movie like that. That's what you're going to say? Yeah. It's like a cool problem. I mean, I hope it's cool. That everyone wants the movie to be about? Yeah. I wish I could just tell the market how I feel like it made me angry, not gonna lie. They don't care. I wish people were more caring. Yeah, suck. No, I agree. I do wish people were more caring. I get the other side of the argument where like jobs get hundreds or even like over 1,000 applications for a single job. And that's just way too many to practically deal with. But yeah, I wish that there was a better solution. Good concept problem, just wasn't confident when I chose 0. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was 0 at first too. Like, you're not alone. My initial argument about finding a path where it's always perpendicular, so the dot product would be 0, I think was wrong, because on this stretch here, you always have something. You can't be perpendicular there. Hit him on my backpack with a pickle with Nick Cage's face on it. Pickleless Cage? That's hilarious. It's less geometrically intuitive because spaces are infinite dimensional? Yeah. The internet has done more harm than good? No, it's done a lot of good, I think. It's done a lot of harm, but it's done a lot of good too. I think it's gonna be like AI, where it's just a very powerful tool that could be used for good or bad, and it will be used for both. Pickle Nick! Where it says L of f equals 0, where L is the operator that takes a function f to f prime of -1 plus 3f2. Okay. They don't have to be rude. Yeah, suck now, but that's fair. That's sneaky equal potential. Yeah, I don't think it does. See you soon. Wait, are you not? Wait. I thought you were going to the Bills game. Maybe you decided against it. What am I doing? The internet was a mistake? I wouldn't go that far. I think we just focus on the bad more than we focus on the good. Like, just a natural human thing. Oh, okay. Fair enough, Femlux. So, the set of differentiable real-valued functions f on the interval -4, 4, such that f prime -1 is equal to 3 of f of 2, 3 times f of 2. Okay, so I guess we want to think about the 0 function first. And the function 0 of x, which is confusing, it does satisfy this. F prime, I guess 0 prime of -1 is 0. 3 times 0 of 2 is also 0. So we do have the additive identity. Closed under addition. I'll be Bach. No longer on your friends list? Okay. Enjoy being Bach. So you sword to protect your community with a sword. Do you sword criminally? Yeah, Sakana, that's a good way of putting it. It's just a tool that goes either way. Closed under addition. So if f prime of -1 is equal to 3f of 2... Oh, because derivatives are linear, this is going to work out. What a terrible curly brace. What a slightly better curly brace. Well, I guess we can even say f plus g prime. I'm skipping some steps here, but I'm using linearity of the derivative. And you're allowed to say f of x plus g of x. Like, it's defined to be like f plus g of x, right? Whatever. I might be making up notation, but whatever that is. But yeah, so that's closure under addition. And I will look at what you're saying, Dr. Cook. I just want to do it this way first. You'll allow it? Thank you, Quitch. I was nervous about whether you would. F prime -1 is equal to 3. So scalar multiplication is the last thing to check. And then again, using linearity of the derivative, we can multiply a into each side. AF, derivatives at AF, 3AF2. See, I don't know if I'm making my own notation or not, but basically, we can multiply an A in. Derivatives only, fan? Okay, despite all my rage, I'm still just Nicolas Cage. As F, Okay, L being linear means that one L of 0 equals 0. Wait, I should back up. Dr. Cook wants to write this as L F equals 0, where L sends F to F prime -1 plus 3F of 2. It is perfectly good notation? Okay. L being linear means that L of 0 equals 0. LU equals LV equals 0 implies LU plus V equals LU plus LV equals 0 plus 0 equals 0. I like that. LU equals 0 implies LAU equals 0. Oops. Equals ALU equals A times 0, which equals 0. Okay, I like that too. If L is linear, the condition LF equals 0 will cut out a subspace, analogous to the first problem of this chapter. L is not defined on the whole space, but a subspace, otherwise I would agree, Swill says. Okay. I like to note very urgently, the internet is a tool. The intention, whether explicitly or implicitly, is wrong. The intention of the internet is wrong? I don't know what the intention of the internet was when it was first made, if that's what you're referring to. Like, when I mean this, I mean for criminality or accosting. Defined on differential functions on R -4, 4. It's relevant space given. L is defined. I read the problem as showing it is a subspace of all functions. Yeah, that is what this notation means. -4, 4 is the domain. and R is the range. Codomain, whatever. I remember operators like this in my functional analysis class having to prove their continuous complete and stuff. I had no idea what I was doing. You're like a 96% grade? Wow. And the second highest grade in the class. That's crazy. I want to get around to functional analysis one day. Because it's just so helpful in PDs. Okay. I think we did it. Let's pull another one. Fun anal is cool. Sorry, I know if you did that on purpose. That's a... that's probably the best way to abbreviate functional analysis. What it says in your transcript. You love it, anal dribbling liar. You know, more power to you. What does number 4 say? Suppose B is an element of R. Show the set of continuous real-valued functions f on the interval 0, 1. Subspace. Ooh. All right. Let's see. It's the same condition again. More of just an anal guy. Analytical mechanics. Anal mech? An anal mech? Ugh. That's a good one. Hazing it, that's what I mean by intention. Okay, okay. Criminal be a bully, yeah, it's just gonna be used as a weapon. The communities, yeah, okay, fair enough. You got an A in applied funk anal. I mean, I do feel like a lot of times in books, like, because people tend to like assign just evens or just odds, and so I feel like it's pretty common for textbooks to do this, where like consecutive problems are kind of similar. Num anal, true, yeah. Can you go back to P1? Yeah, yeah. Continuous mechanics. uh Continuum mechanics, okay. This is A versus B again? That makes sense. Um yeah, so I would say if B is not 0, I mean we break a whole bunch of rules. Which again, it is the same logic as problem 1. It is good to see in a different context, I guess, to be fair. Because I'm not used to doing linear algebra with functions like this, so I don't think it's a waste of time for me to think about this. But we definitely we do not have an additive identity. I'm just gonna call it U again. So we don't have an additive identity. We're gonna break close under addition because it's gonna be equal to 2b or not to be. And we're also going to break scalar multiplication. Like we're wrong on all 3 counts. Yeah, if you want, Dr. Cook. I'm just kind of going sequentially down the list for Axler here. Is R2 a subspace of the complex vector space C2? Well, R is certainly a subspace of C. I would think the same is true for R2 and C2. Let's think about it, though. Periodic functions. Maybe those are involved or, like, related. R2, it does contain the zero vector. Good on that count. Which section of Axler is this? Subspaces of vector spaces, I guess. Basically, I'm down at the bottom here, like 1C. Subsection of the section, true. I think it is Swill, isn't it? I think this is going to be a... Oh, wait. No, we're not closed under... Wait, are we? I'm nervous we're not closed under scalar multiplication. Are we still allowed to consider imaginary scalars? This use of F here is really confusing. So I don't know which one they want here. Yeah, there's a map between C and R2. C4 is a real vector space, so it could be true. Really? C4 is the most explosive vector space. I can tell you that. Fn is considered as the vector space of F, so not be closed under scalar multiplication. Yeah, I want to see if there's an answer key, because I'm... It really depends on what scalars we allow. Because if that C can be complex, then we're boned. ChatGPT is the answer key? You made a silly problem? Okay. I love silly problems. I want to... Is there... There's no answers? Is there a separate, like, book with answers? Videos to accompany the book? I didn't know that there were videos. Hmm. Dude, I don't know. Scalar not to be an element space itself. Well, if you consider the vector space like R2, the scalar is just an R. The video just Attack on Titan. So C is an R when dealing with R. It's how generally defined to begin with. Yeah. It's just the book is ambiguous. Yeah, Leo, I will do your problem. I just want to I'm just confused about like what they mean by this, and I want to think about it a little bit more, and then I'll do your problem. I think the book is just vague here. I kind of that maybe that's the reason I don't like Axe Third. It's using like this generic field thing. I don't know. F2 is a vector space with multiplication by scalars in F. That means C2 is a vector space with multiplication by scalars in C. R2, considered a subset of C2, is not closed. You don't agree that it's ambiguous. That is my instinct. Like, if I had to choose one thing to go with, I would choose that. I'm okay with saying that, I guess. Oh, what a sync function, Leo. What the hell? Okay, let's see. How are you gonna make me suffer today? There are contexts where you consider this a subspace, contexts where you don't all over mathematics, unless it says one or the other. It is ambiguous, e.g. in Lie theory with unitary special unitary groups. Yeah, I mean, I think you could adjust your definition so it is. But if I was reading, if I am taking the textbook at its word, I think I agree with Dr. Cook, but it wouldn't be a significant change to fix it. So sync is sine of x over x, right? And I think I agree with Quitch. That is a silly way to write one, right? Could consider different vector spaces. That would be changing the problem in the question. Fair enough. Is this a subspace of R3? Well, we have squared, so I'm kind of okay. The easy thing is to check whether zero. Damn it, the zero vector satisfies all these equations. I was hoping for an easy out here. Oh. Zero got your ass. Um, I feel like I kind of want to play with these equations. Because there's definitely some substitutions we can make. Wait, is this third one written correctly? X2 minus x3 squared is equal to x2 minus x3? So is x2 greater than x3 or equal to? Or, like, I'm wondering, why can't you just divide out x2 minus x3? Divide by 0? Yeah, but what about when it's not 0? Okay. Uh, I guess, should we just check closure under addition? Did the music stop, or is it just quiet? That was just quiet. Okay. I mean, it's unclear because we've been talking about it for like 10 minutes now or something. It just, like, you have to think about it. Even if there's a logical answer, you got to spend a lot of effort. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like Axo should pay you. Gesture maxing. Oh my god. How do we check these conditions? We know that x1 squared is equal to x2 plus x3. We know that y1 squared is equal to y2 plus y3. If we add these together, we do not get the thing we want. Like, we would need to get x1 plus y1 in parentheses squared. There's also the problem, think about definitions and conventions carefully. I guess it's a valid point of view, Swill. Meta point here pedagogically is to get the student to ask themselves, wait, which field is in question here? Okay. The mark of a winning argument. Thanks for playing. Should we try to be looking for counter examples here? I mean, I think both Dr. Cook and Leo are right in their own ways. They're just making different arguments. I don't know. Or they both have, like, valid points. That's my cop-out answer. I can't imagine this is a subspace swill. It would have to be something crazy, like, they're both off the mark, source me having no context. Okay, let's try to name vectors that are inside of the subspace. If it is a subspace. I concede any framed contest. So we know the 0 vector is in here. Is 111 is not in here. This last condition means we need fractions in here. Is this in the subspace? No, it's not. Should I start playing with the equations and try to get a contradiction? Yeah, like we said earlier, which made me like try this approach where I think 0 might be the only valid vector in here, which would make it a subspace. But if we want to show that, we got to get some kind of like we got to somehow figure out a way to show 0 is the only vector that satisfies this. It's like, no, let's not go to Camelot. This is a silly place. So this equation here, I get from these first two equations. This equation here, I guess we could FOIL out the left side. But what does that do for us? I don't think it does much. Roxra, what's up? I don't think Dr. Axel had him at a fragmented Twitch chat. Pecky at his fucking 3-minute intervals. Interspace with memes and mouse. Jeez. Sorry, that's a really funny description. I think Axler should have thought about that, Dr. Cook. You made it in the newspaper? That's cool. Like, what for? Is there a way you can share it without doxing yourself? The answer is probably no. But, like, how did you get in there? Okay, okay. Hopefully not the court report pages. This book a lot. If you read the chapter and look at the problem, it's pretty logical progression in my experience. Of course, as in matters of taste. Yeah, fair enough. Competition you went to? Ooh, cool. You're famous, Roxra. You gotta drop a mixtape or something now. Mixtape. I, these equations suck. I can see we can get an x3 squared plus x3 in this equation, and we could plug an x1 squared in for that, but that doesn't do much for us. Here's a silly problem. You came with silliness. I mean, that's fair enough. Solve for x2 minus x3? I mean, that's what I did at first. Okay, swill. Condition 3 says x2 minus x3 equals 0 equals 1 or 0. Condition 4 says it's less than 1, so x2 equals x3. But condition 2 gives us x2 squared equals x2, which makes x2 equals 0 or 1. Okay, sure. X2 squared equals x2, which makes x2 equal to 0 or 1. And x1 is 0 or 2. Ah! Okay, you are cooking swell. Sometimes students get questions wrong. That's why that's a demerit of the text. If I get a question wrong, it is a demerit of the text, because I'm just a genius. When you have a question chance, can you look at this? Oh, yes! Rookshra. Once I'm done with Leo's problem here, I'll look that up. Such word from things I don't understand, then beat my head against until they make sense. That's how I learn, because you don't ever want to do it again. Well, I mean, when I took my first calculus class, I spent weeks just pounding my head trying to figure out what a derivative is. Eventually it clicked, and the rest of calculus got a lot easier. X2 minus x3 less than 1 implies x2 equals x3, which implies... well, okay. X3 squared equals x2 implies... equals 0 or 1. And so x1 is equal to 0 or 2. Is x3 also 0 or 1? Yeah. So there are two distinct points in this whole set. The 0 vector and 1, 1, 2. Yeah. And that's not a subspace? Because we're not... Well, yeah, okay, we're not close under addition or scalar multiplication. Yeah, Quitch, you were almost right. Over 900 problems in Calc 2, you want to hit 1,000 so badly? Oh my god. You're a grinder, Winklebot. Okay, so Roxra. I promised you a Google search, and I intend to give it to you. Difference between Shannon / Simpson's Diversity Index. Let's put it on the screen. So we have to Google two different things. Okay, I'll start with Shannon. I'm extremely upset with Axler. I'm going to send him a strongly worded letter. Oh, good. Shannon Simpson Index are both on this page. Simsex, yeah. Brain isn't as quick as it was a few years ago. Gotta grind to make sure I get this shit. Can't afford to fuck this up. Too expensive. That's very true, Winklebot. You don't appreciate college until you're older. Like the cost of it. Okay, the Shannon Index has been a popular diversity index in ecological literature. Claude Shannon 1948 to quantify entropy in strings of text. Really? The more letters there are, and the closer the proportional abundances in the string of interest, the more difficult to correctly predict which letter will be the next one in the string. That part I don't quite get, but... Which, that would be great. I would love to live in a civilized world where college is paid for. Oh my god. You guys just have... I think Leo and Dr. Cook just have two different philosophies when it comes to teaching / textbook writing. That's okay. Okay. As long as it's all in fun. Shannon was an animal, absolute mad lad. Really? Oh, it's a dude. I'm not familiar. Known as the father of information theory. Shout out to Leo. Among the first to describe the use of Boolean algebra, really? Help on the field of artificial intelligence? Okay, he sounds pretty serious. Shannon entropy quantifies the uncertainty piece by proportion of characters belonging to the ith type of letter in the string of interest. Okay, in ecology, Peaceaby is often the proportion of individuals belonging to the ith species in the data set of interest. So... Portion of individuals belonging to the ith species... Okay. Oh, cool. Winklebot. That could be a good shout for Roxra. So basically, we're summing over all the species. We're taking the percent by count of individuals of that species and adding them all up. And so presumably, if you have, say, like, this would be a good experiment to do. If we only have 2 species, I'd want to compare it like 50-50, which should be the highest index, I would think, versus like 25%, 75%, which I assume would be lower diversity. Why the heck is LN in there? I think I know. Well, I think it's I don't I don't know. I don't have a good response for that. Let's look at what the Simpson index is. Because I think, like, we should do exactly this, Rogues, right? To figure out the answer to your question. Like, let's just take 2 different scenarios and compare what the indices look like. So this time we just take the proportions and square them. Okay. Let's experiment with both of these, and I think that's the best thing we can do. Post in Discord too. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I want to consider two different scenarios. Let's make a little table. I want to consider only two species. Yeah. So let's before I even do that, let's set up our scenario here. Consider an ecosystem with two species. So like I'm going for the simplest possible interesting example. Which has higher diversity? Each species being split 50-50 or 25-75. Oh, that's not 75. That's 75. And I think being split 50-50 should be more diverse. Just intuitively. Let's like see what these indices say. What do I mean by that? And yeah, Winklebot, that is the essential difference here. Actually, Winklebot, I would say it's x times ln 1 over x, because this minus sign is kind of significant. All these p's are less than 1. So, I guess, what do I mean by what part? I'm sorry. Which has... So, these indices are representing diversity, right? And so, if... I've never looked into these before, but I'm just guessing based on intuition that if you're talking about like, I don't know, like lions and gorillas, it's more diverse if you're 50-50 lions and gorillas versus 25% lions and 75% gorillas. Okay. And so I assume that that'll be true when we actually work out these numbers, but let's find out. So in the 50-50 scenario, H prime, I don't know why it's H prime, but we can stick with it, is equal to negative 1/2 is p sub 1, ln 1/2 plus the same thing. And so we can plug that into a calculator. Hoo-hoo, over on the YouTube side. It's good to hear from you, Hoo-hoo. How are you doing? What are you up to these days? It's the probability density function. I would think of it like a sum of a well, I don't know. Maybe Peach Tea. I don't know if it directly is, but maybe it has a relationship there. 0.69. Nice. You're on your vacation, or you're on vacation. Super cool. You don't have to say if you don't want, but where you... Oh, but you're back. Okay. Where did you go, if you don't mind saying? Okay, so let's do the same thing for the 2575. Schrodinger's vacation. Negative 1/4 ln 1/4 plus 3/4 ln 1/4. 3/4. You'll be going again? Oh my god, look at you go. Sounds like a great time. 0.56. Good, good, good. Just what I was expecting. Okay. So, as I thought would happen, this so we still need to compare with Simpson, but at least for Shannon, the 50-50 scenario has a higher diversity index. Berlin, Etretat, and other cities in France. Ooh. Sounds like a great time. Don't do that? Me? If n is greater than a, then n is more diverse. I don't know what your n and a are. Oh, Quitch. Okay. I mean, if those are just like two different results for the indices, yeah, that's what I would think. That's what I think at least. Did I go somewhere? No, so last year, I'm from California. Last year in August, I moved to Washington State in Seattle, or Seattle in Washington State. That was for grad school though, so it's not exactly a vacation. Then I remember if you were here when I talked about it, but almost 2 years ago now, I went to. Oh god, that was 2 years. I was that 2 years or was it 1 year? I think it's 2 years. I went to Japan. I'm getting my things mixed up now. Why are there two versions? Grad school? Yeah, I was one of the oldest students, but konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Um, I am 20. I'm 28. No, 97. I'm 29. But yeah, I was one of the oldest students there. But I have a master's in applied math now. I'm in the prime of my life. I mean, I felt old because I was mostly going to classes with like 22-year-olds, but I know I'm not that old. I was like, you were 30 something in a good way though. Okay, thank you. I'll take it. I think it just looks cool, Roxra. I'll say made you feel like being around a bunch of 20 somethings. Yeah, Peach Tea. Oh, 20, 20 on his prime. I get it, Swill. Yeah, Leo. This is a quarter plus a quarter, which is a half. So that's 0.5. This is 1/4 squared plus 3/4 squared. One over 16 plus 9 over 16 is 10 over 16, which is 5 over 8. What is that as a decimal? It's more than 0.5. What? Wait. Did I do that right? 1/4 squared plus 3/4 squared. 5/8, 0.625. Why is this one higher? Iron Nest Heavy Turret Simulator. I can write it down and look into it. Well, gang, it looks like we have some investigation to do. It's a blast, pun intended. Where's my tea? I've been slacking on the tea, hoo-hoo. I haven't had tea in a while. The last tea I had was chamomile tea. Chamomile? That was like 6 months ago, though. I know. I used to always have tea every stream. And I haven't done it. I know, I'm a traitor. Don, not London, so no tea. Yeah, I should get some more tea. I've been slacking out on my tea. Max that piece of 1 equals 1 and the rest are 0. That's, you know, hoo-hoo? That's valid. It's been pretty hot. Yeah, chamomile is nice. It tastes nice and it's nice for sleeping. I'd be cool to get into like legit tea, like loose leaf tea. That'd be cool. It is coffee. I have many coffees in my cabinet right now. It comes from Homer Simpson, Leo. The measure equals the probability that two entities taken at random from the dataset of interest represent the same type. So don't we want this to be lower? The writer of the Odyssey, yeah. Coffee for morning, coffee for brunch, coffee for dinner, coffee for sleep. Coffee for sleep is a wild one. Coffee is great, though. I wish I could drink coffee at all hours. I love coffee. I went to a coffee festival in October. I volunteered to it so I could go for free. It is one of the best things in life. Decaf exists, but it tastes worse. It's really hard to find good decaf. I'm saving myself coffee. I don't save coffee for other people. Yeah, maybe we want the inverse Simpson measure. Oh, you just flip it over by like 1 over that. And this would be more intuitive for higher is more diverse. You decaf, what's the point? I would drink decaf if it tasted the same as regular coffee. I was at a Michelin star vegan restaurant a while ago. And after the meal, I ate the best chamomile tea ever. That sounds really nice. I would try that. Michelin star restaurant, one thing they brought us out, sunny side up egg. It was the best egg I ever had. IDK, what they did to it. You don't think the egg was vegan? The chicken was vegan though. It only ate seeds. AP bio uses sum 1 minus n over n squared. Okay, so that is Rookster, that's basically 1 minus this. And that behaves as you so they basically use the Simpson index. I guess it's the Ginny Simpson index. The Ginny impurity. It's this third one though. Expected heterozygosity in population genetics. Chicken parm is definitely vegan. Not from Scott Pilgrim Fact. Who? No, I'm just making a joke where chickens just like eat seeds. They don't eat meat, like the actual animal. Hoo is as OG gets. Like, she just says hi every now and again, so that's why you haven't seen her. But Hoo's been around since like the second week I started streaming or something. Yeah, you're the newbie here, Leo. You better salute when Hoo passes by you in the hallway. Oh my god. Let him have it. Should have subbed earlier. Your biggest regret, yeah. I mean, and maybe who would be nicer to you if you had subbed earlier. Okay, so we could graph these. We'd have to be careful with interpreting these graphs. But it's something like 1 minus x squared and minus x ln x. Ooh. What? Inspect element? No, thank you. Seven months? Almost 8 months. Not bad. Okay, so rooks are more or less the red. Actually, let's do this. It doesn't work on YouTube, unfortunately. Wait, has Peachy been around for longer than Femblocks? Oh yeah, that's true. Especially in the other manly guy disappeared. Yeah, I haven't seen Spetry in a few months. Jed, he was just here earlier. I don't know if he's here right now, but Jed is the most active of the OGs. And that's okay. I don't expect you, Spetry or Jed, to like come around. Or like you come around as often as you want. Wait, a different person from Jed? On Twitch, those are the only 3 mods. YouTube has a few more. Because YouTube is a cesspool half the time. I'm not sure. Oh, well. Oh! Wait, are you talking about NoCal? She's a girl, though. Yeah. Wait, a young boy? Oh, oh, Cheesy! Yeah, Cheesy has not been around in years. I don't know what's up with Cheesy. I remember the last time I heard from him, he said he was going on vacation, and I never heard back. So I hope it went well, and I hope that Cheesy's well. Oh, yeah, that's better, Leo. Wait. Feeling a bit of time when you're like, I hope Leo lectures as whale and shit. Is whale? I mean, hopefully I just never leave me, Leo. and I won't have to hope. I'll just know. Watch Obsession. Hey, that's a good thing to emulate, right? You can unlock VP for 30 days now. Ooh, nice, PhD. 2 Twitch channels you sub to for more than 75 months. Wow, 6 years, more than that. Dr. Cook, yeah, that's you're up there too. Simpson maxes out at 0.5. I have not seen Obsession, no. I know the premise of it. Okay, so Simpson is red. Yeah, so basically what these graphs tell you, both of them have the highest index. So this is for the situation that we thought about Roxor, where there's only 2 species like lions and gorillas. Just like we're saying, the diversity is highest when lions and gorillas were 50-50. They assign different numbers to that, and that's good to know, because you don't want to directly compare a Shannon index to a Simpson index. Because they kind of weight things differently, but they do kind of accomplish the same thing. They both have the important qualities that you would want in a diversity index, where there's no diversity at the far ends and maximum diversity in the middle. And so I think which one you use is just kind of a flavor. I don't know that there's a significant difference between these, really. Oh, log base 2? Oh, and that would make it the same weighting? Nope. Would it be base a half or something? I don't know. '94 streak on one streamer. Wow. You're here for the whiteboard streams? Yeah. I used to have the whiteboard. My whiteboard friendly Don Factor was all above that. Yeah. My very first streams, actually, you could just see my hands. I didn't have a face cam. I just had a hand cam, and I would write in a notebook. Those are my very first streams. Yeah, we're doing 1 minus the index. You don't understand math? Yeah, I remember you, like, when you first came around to the stream, you just, like, say hi and then nothing else, and I was so new that you're pretty much the only person who would chat something for the entire day, and I was like, oh, how do I get who to, like, say more than just hi? And eventually you started, like, talking more. Yeah, like, I remember you hanging out for the math. I'm not sure why you do when you're not much of a math person, but I appreciate you doing it. How many numbers I know? More than 3. We just drew the Star Trek logo. Oh yeah, we did. That is like the Star Trek logo. Almost. I guess the Star Trek logo is like asymmetric a bit. Nerd people are funny. I'll take it. I'll take it. How does that explain? Oh yeah, okay. We answered that. If you had a bright desk lamp, I bet we could see your hand bones. I mean, you can definitely see the whiteness of my knuckles when I make a fist. I'm pretty pale. I'd never seen Star Trek either. My mom loves Star Trek too, so it's like double bad. You have 4 species. It will be the most diverse, with each holding 25%. Yes, I showed that in one of my classes. Oh my god, yeah. I've done this. Need a chi-square function at the bottom with a left skew. Oh yeah, yeah. I have not seen one of my bones. Thank God. I don't want to see one of my bones. Yeah, I forgot. We actually we did something really similar to these diversity indices. It just came back to me now that you said that 4 species thing is the most diverse when each are 25%. That was like a homework problem. Who I think is talking about like when you like break a bone or something. Like I mean, maybe an X-ray. Not gonna argue over Kirk versus Picard. I don't know the first thing about it. There's an argument. It's obviously Kirk, Winklebot says. Okay, so yeah, so Rookster, I think to sum this up, they both accomplish the same job in slightly different ways. I don't think the difference between them is particularly important. Like, if you were doing something for practical purposes, you just kind of choose one and go with it. Maybe one of them is easier for some specific manipulation that you're making. But yeah, I think they accomplish the same thing in different ways. And I don't think there's a big difference in which one you choose. That's my interpretation here. You have seen your bones sock now. That's scary. I brought your original series of a card for me. Fair enough. Proof sum xi squared is maximized if you have budget 0 less than x sub I. You prove it without calculus. That's interesting. Someone who does that, information theory difference does matter. If you just want some measure, it's fine. Okay. I mean, Roxo's context, I think, is for AP biology. I imagine it doesn't matter for that. See my bones on a few occasions. Hands, elbow, mostly hands. They bad luck with sauce. Oh no! Oh God, Winklebot. Yeah, I think you should stay away from saws and grinding discs if you have bad luck. Thinking show that Shannon diversity is convex since its symmetric its max will occur at a fixed point of symmetries. Okay. That's clever, Swill. Kind of like Ed Sheeran, not because you're ginger, it is. Yeah, I remember when I first got my face cam, who you or someone said that I look like Ed Sheeran. And that's been a joke on the stream ever since. You almost want to hit your foot with a chainsaw. Your boot still has the nick in it? Oh my god, Winklebot, stay away from power tools. Exercise bike without shoes as a kid. My dad was dumb, allowed me to bike fast without shoes. My foot. Oh no! At 6 years old? Ah, that's rough. Sock now. Simpson measure is also convex, so all these you can use Jensen's inequality on. Okay. Mean you live for 12 years before going back to school, have some crazy stories. I bet. If any of the two BI were different, you could increase some squares by making them equal. It's an argument to case of any set of n values. Oh, maybe. Jensen's inequality is on the seal of the Mathematical Institute at Copenhagen Uni? Really? If you had to have an extra bone dot, where would you put it? Are you trying to make a butt joke here? Because that's where my mind went. Scar never left? Yeah, I bet suck now. Jensen was Danish, that's why. Okay. So maybe it's Jensen. Okay, let's take number 6. Unless someone else has a different question they want to ask about. Oh, shout out to Crozer Hospital, I guess. Hashtag sponsored. Six. 6-7. Isn't Jensen the CEO of computers? I think so. Are these gonna have different answers? Who is too legit to quit? All A, B, and C such that A cubed equals B cubed. We did solve your problem. The answer is no, it's not closed under addition or scalar multiplication. Used to work graveyard maintenance at a hospital. I mean, you said of our three, right? If you have some finite field, maybe. But I can just multiply this vector by 2. And it's not in the set. Graveyard maintenance at a hospital. Asked to change a piece of flooring out in the ER. Went in and asked if anyone was in there. Said no. Went and turned the light on. Find the corpse of my high school shop teacher laying on the bed? The nurse are technically right. There wasn't anyone in there. Bruh. That's fucking metal. Holy crap. Yeah, for the nurse, that's probably just like totally normal. But yeah, that my bruh sounds so bruh. Thank you. Oh. You're right. Wait, I mixed it up. Sorry. It's 211. Bro. Peach tea with the relevant emotes, as always. I think you start on something with 6-7 because 6 times 7 equals 42, which is the ultimate answer. True, Swill. Yeah, sorry, Leo. 211 is the correct. Oh, you're right. So it is the trivial subspace. Wait. Wait. Are you waiting? It's root 2, isn't it? That's allowed. There's no constraints on x1 aside from that first equation. Collar cone, oh god. I gotta do push-ups. Damn, Mr. Blank, you don't look so good. Oh wow. Wigglebot. I gotta get Shred or Shrek. Okay. I see. You know, thank you for agreeing, Hoo Hoo. Okay, let me read Stockdown's message and then we'll do the push-ups. If you're talking about seeing a bone during medical procedure, I've seen that too. Like, I did my wisdom teeth removed. I was awake during the procedure. I was later talking about how cool it was seeing... Ooh. No, I made them put me to sleep when I had my wisdom teeth out. It was not good. Or like, it would not have been good if I was awake. You have to do cross products? Godspeed, Winklebot. I will look that game up. Supposed to be X3 lesson max? Ew. I did, Color Cone. I graduated in June. Alright, it's push-up time. Thank you, Color Cone. Thank you. Okay. Oh, Damie. Thank you so much for the raid. You saw my push-ups? Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid, Damie. Welcome in, people. People who are here, man, please check out Damie. Lots of physics and math, and even like I think you draw and stuff too. See ya, Dr. Cook, and by Winklebot. Hondaversial man. Thanks for coming along with the raid. Thank you for the follow. Many strange creatures, hell yeah. Hey, Stooky. So yeah, for those who are new here, I'm Don. I do math help, so if you have a question you want to ask about, please let me know. What I'm doing in the meantime, while there aren't questions, is linear algebra studying. We're using linear algebra done right by Axler. What else? I just recently earned a master's in applied math. I do gaming streams also, and I guess that's it. Oh, better late than never, Damie. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Rod. Okay, I feel like I missed some chats here. Let me scroll up. So every day I didn't get my wisdom teeth back. Okay, so I was just doing push-ups, which I don't know if you guys saw it on the raid. There's a channel point redemption to make me do 10 push-ups. It's on cooldown for a while though, because my arms can only go so far. Put them under the pillow for the tooth fairy. That's smart, Swill. You didn't see it do it again. Okay. Okay, I think I'm caught up on Twitch chat. You'll make a profitable transaction next month? All right, Hondaversial man. Sounds good, Damie. Thank you for the raid again. They can do more push-ups for me. Enjoy your food. Would I ever do push-downs? No. I would never. Thank you for the claps, hoo-hoo. Well, push-outs. Yeah, that's summoned a rod. What about later, hoo-hoo? Wait, who are you leaving too? Or maybe you're talking about something else. What is the duel of push-ups? Started reviewing basic algebraic geometry a few days ago. I'm on Wild Advisors. Yeah. Conscious not algebraic geometry. Okay, I think I'm caught up. We're also talking about injuries and seeing your bones, which is fun. Seeing my bones, what has taught me being my humanity's self. Once I see my bones and my body is temporary, but my being is permanent. That's not a bad way of thinking about it. It's kind of Buddhist-y. Have I ever done pullbacks? No, I have not. Did I pull back from commitments? I don't have enough bones. Please fix. That's my bad. I'll try and grow some more. What about push-outs? We already asked about push-outs. Shout-outs I do all the time. You have something to do in 24 minutes, 17 seconds? Is it related to your dryer? If I remember, I'll tell you. What time is that gonna be? Like 6:10 or something? 6:15-ish? I should call her. Cross the universe again? 6, 7. God damn it. I missed you, hoo-hoo. It's always good to have you around. She does. Oh, because of the frickin' push-ups? Oh my god. Ethan, hey dude. How's it going? Then 45 minutes, 14 seconds. For after $10. Feeling good? Hell yeah. For those who don't know, Ethan streams DayZ. For those who are interested. All these push-ups, yet still the same height and no higher. That's true. I clearly haven't done enough push-ups. It's going good. Got a lot of good questions from chat. And right now, I don't know how much math you know, but this is I'm just doing some self-studying type of math called linear algebra, which it's kind of hard to describe, to be honest. Ice push-ups done. Oh yeah, I already read that. You never heard of DayZ? It's the game you saw me playing yesterday. Get good. What the heck is with this? Is this a subspace? If a cubed minus b cubed is 0, what's the difference of two cubes again? I can never remember this stupid formula. Is it... Okay, wait. Maybe I can't remember it. Is it this? Maybe? That I probably got the sign wrong. Difference of two cubes. Google, save me. Mathisfun.com, save me. Hey, I got it right for once in my life. We did do it earlier, but I'm not going to remember that. Do you make a lot of No, not really. Check out this sick problem I just solved. Yeah, you know, Ethan, maybe I should change that. Yeah, we need to get more hype moments. We need some air horns. Like, like, what's the equivalent of a trick shot in math? Like, you can do 360 no scopes in shooters, but what do you do in math? I don't know. Solving the theorem quickly? I guess so. A equals B. I mean, this doesn't tell us that much. We could complete the square on it. I don't know if that really helps. Could have become a little crazier so it's become more clippable like Leo. That's true, Arad. Need to, like, do a line first before I hit go live. Doing a rap music about the proof of the inverse mapping theorem? You know, you might be onto something. Adding 0? Oh yeah, like fancy 0? Like, there's the Bolzano wire stress rap. That is a fan favorite among us math people. And you know, it's been a while since we played it on stream. I feel like it's time. I don't know if we'll do the entire thing. I don't think the audio will come through on YouTube. It's a proof of a theorem, but wrapped. This is a math trick shot for sure. There's multiple camera angles too. Yeah, we're not gonna listen to the whole thing. I just want to hear them say we're down with that one more time. God damn, it's so long. It is a hard proof. I love how excited she is, and he's just there. Ugh. It's a good video. You see a counterexample? Okay. Oh yeah, let's get the background music back going. Arad defected and Hoo defected. Good vibrations parody? That's a niche one. I'm picking up good vibrations. Turn to permanent budget when it's that rap video? Probably. It's not bad production. I'd like to mention today to his parenting the guys like twice his age, the ladies. YouTube chatters are losers? Mm-hmm. Okay, what's a counterexample? Oh, yeah, I mean, we're gonna violate scalar multiplication really easily, right? Do we? Wait. 2, 2, 1 is in the set, but 4... No, wait, never mind. Oh yeah, Leo. Like, when I first started, I only streamed on Twitch. And I only ever modded 3 people. Twitch switched over too. Yeah, I mean, it was maybe the first like 6 months, or maybe even less, that I wasn't doing that I wasn't doing YouTube. But at first, my theory was that I should mod all the mods on every platform, so like Discord, Twitch, and YouTube. But then YouTube was such a cesspit that I started modding more people on just YouTube. Check the root of that in Desmos? Okay. Are there many solutions where A is not B? Oh, are we doing like rational number type of stuff? Or irrational? Like 1 plus cube root 2 or something? What am I typing? X squared plus xy plus y squared equals 0. Great solutions. I really like these solutions. Cesspool cleanup second tier mod. Basically, Leo. I didn't have any solutions. Oh. I thought Desmos was just not liking it. So A must equal B if we're over R. Okay. Greeny nature. This is just some self-studying of linear algebra. If you have a question though, let me know. So wait, I'm still looking for a counterexample in R2 though, so... Like, I don't understand why this is significant. But I thought his counterexample wasn't. Okay. Yeah, I thought what they were getting at was that I should be thinking about, like, numbers like that somehow equal rational numbers if you cube them. I don't think that exactly would, but, like, something like that. Don't think at all, I never do. It's the same thing as for A equals B. Okay, sure. Um, and that is a subspace, I guess. So the answer to the first one is yes? I don't think we can ever escape that. Yeah. I think we are a subspace for A. But maybe with B, we have some roots of unity shenanigans we can do to escape closure. The topic is linear algebra, greeny nature. Which subspace? If I was a subspace, what subspace would I be? Would like a truncated Fourier transform or like Fourier series be considered a subspace? Or some subset of a Fourier series? That's where my mind goes. Either B is 0, in which case A is 0. Any solution must have B not 0. Divide B squared through that. You only have one variable x equals A over B to solve for. Smooth functions inside L2. Yeah. Okay, fair. So I'm incomplete. You know, yeah. You could say I'm incomplete. And I'm dead. Yep. Yeah. Guilty as charged. So that's a nice catch, Swill. You can reduce this to a single variable problem, at least as far as the ratio goes. And that has no real solutions. Favorite ice cream? That's a good question. We actually, yeah, we were just talking about ice cream earlier. I think my favorite is cookie dough. Until recently, it was cookies and cream, like Oreos. But I think cookie dough has been winning out recently. I have some strawberry ice cream in the freezer right now. Oh yes, well, I do want to. That would be great because I know that inner products are very related to Fourier. I learned a little bit about it. Uh, 111 perp OFC. Oh, the perpendicular to 111. Okay, we have to pick an n probably 6. Hate Fourier without inner products. Yeah, I forget. Like we were, one of my professors was describing like Fourier transforms in higher dimensions. You could think of it as doing multiple Fourier transforms in a row. Or there's like some inner product thing, I think, that I don't remember. Imagine a sweatier vanilla. Vanilla for men. 1 minus 1/2 plus 3 over 2i. Oh, nice, Spenbox. Yeah, that's the roots of unity counterexample. Thank you for saving me the trouble. Uh, 2 minus 1 0, which is not in U. Nice, Fembox. The real dessert problems. Ooh. Mango ice cream sounds amazing. Whereas all inner products where your basis is cosine and sine. Yeah, and like you define the inner product as basically 0 to L of f times g dx or something like that. Doing over groups in Lightning 2 if you're comfortable with that. Finite groups for FFT. That'd be cool to learn. Even though I'm not a group theory person, that would be a reason for me to learn group theory. You know, for basically all finite groups, you can do QFT and quantum poly time. Okay, I wouldn't know that. The structure isn't preparing or sampling states for QFT algorithms. I don't know. Oh, the tags? Yeah, that Ed Sheeran one has been there for... Actually, I heard they ever changed them, but... Yeah, the Ed Sheeran was because people in chat said I look like Ed Sheeran. It probably was you. Finite group FFT would be you learning intro to representation theory? Okay. Group theory people groupers. Not groupies. Representation is like, what if you did Fourier transform, but more? Okay. Or field theory, maybe. My stream, they called you Don Weasley? True, yeah. I'll take the lot. Do you have any chocolate frogs? So you have a class on harmonic analysis for non-abelian finite groups. Fun time, but incomprehensible. I'll probably be right there with you with not knowing what's going on. Oh, yeah. We can look at it now. Oh, wow, it's been 4 hours. Dude, this stream has been so much fun. It does not feel like it's been full 4 hours. Okay. Unlock in and pop back to stream? Hell yeah. Geometry assignment is cooking me? Oh god. When you say you have a geometry assignment, I get scared. It's probably some scary... Like, I don't know what it's called. It's not because it's scary? Oh, okay. Um, 10 new shapes by Monday, no cutting corners, literally. No, I was thinking of, like, in my PD's class, we were learning about, like, the circle is the shape that optimizes... I think it's, like, the ratio of area to circumference or perimeter. And it's a really deep, for, like, the reason why. And there's... yeah, I don't know. Out of all... I don't know, maybe convex or shapes in general. I probably just convex shapes. Yeah, you can do it with calculus of variations. I think there's maybe other ways too. I don't remember. Same solution via Desmos? Okay, I'll look at it after. So fucking simple, they want me to come up with 3 questions to discuss. You can't think of shit to write? Oh, okay. Alright, the point PR lies on the line with equation 4x plus 3y equals c, where c, p, and r... CPR? Is this on purpose? Are non-zero constants. Like, P and R are so random. The point 7p11r lies on the line equation x plus y equals c, which expression must be equivalent to p. Ugh. That episode of The Office, Arad? That was such a good episode. Like, yeah, when they had like the freaking the CPR dummy. I answered that person the first time they asked what this is, and then they asked me again what topic it is. And then they never said anything else. I did not ignore them. The paragraph they wanted to ask a question about doesn't even have math. They explain that in math we theorize then prove things. I guess, yeah. When I hear the word theorize, I think of like the scientific method, but I think they mean it in a different way. Custom variations is funny. Basic problems look incomprehensible. As you see, tricking becomes easy as long as you pin your boundary conditions. Yeah, it is like it. Custom variations is kind of amazing in how it takes a really difficult problem and just turns it into a differential equation. And it's really cool when you start letting the boundary conditions be free. I mean, you just get extra conditions, I want to say. I don't think they're even differential equations. I don't remember. But like the Euler boundary condition. Do another difficult problem. I mean, it's simpler than before. Euler. Olive Euler. 4x plus 3y equals c. This is annoying. So we know that P and R satisfy this equation. We know that 7P, 11R satisfies this equation. Okay, so it's two equations. And we're basically trying to isolate P. And since we have two equations, we can get rid of... We want to get rid of the variable C, because all the answers are in terms of R. So we can do that. So let's use the first equation, and we already have isolated C. So let's take this and plug it in for the C right there. (7p plus 11r equals 4p plus 3r). C is C. Then finding the lowest energy not embeddings gets really hard because you have... Oh god. Yeah, that I don't know anything about. Isolate P, what did P do to you? P knows what P did. Ta-da! I guess it is A. Again, I don't know what they want you to... Well, I don't know what knowledge they're testing you on with this question. I think it's just your ability to move symbols around a page, which, I don't know. He has a dark and twisted past. I guess you probably could, Arad. That's true too. I guess it is, Leo. Sort of. The Imitation Game, Turing's lady friend. Well, Turing was gay, so I don't think a girlfriend. Calls Euler Euler. Oh, really? I think I've seen Imitation Game. I don't remember that. Despite my age, it's just symbols on a page. Thank you for the problem, Roxra. The Imitation Game, my video, multiple people told me, it's not really Turing, right? Oh god. Yeah, that's a girl who is a friend, not a girlfriend, I think. I mean, did they ever pretend to be a couple to, like, avoid the stigma. I don't remember if that happened in the movie or not, but... Buttercup Cabbage Patch. Mm-hmm. You have to figure out questions to ask about this passage. Despite the origins of its name, geometry is not, in fact, a method for describing the world around... Really? What a letdown. When studying geometry, we do not try to make claims that can be verified or... Well, okay, sure. Okay. I guess in that way it makes sense. There logical reasoning are falsified through counterexamples. Fine. Doesn't sound math anymore. We're talking about Lice in chat, we were talking about the Imitation Game, the movie. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but it was a long time ago. I didn't realize that Keira Knightley was in it. Oh yeah, look at that. That guy isn't Turing. What? Are you telling me he's also not Doctor Strange? I thought Alan Turing was Doctor Strange. He is Doctor Strange, okay. AP Comp Sci teacher made us watch that? Ooh, that's a good excuse to watch it. Zorith also watched my video. I talked with him. He was like, you know, I disagree with your analogy for gradient descent. More like reinforcement learning, which is true. I was pretty general / loose with it. I don't remember what you said about gradient descent, but yeah, I do remember it being like reinforcement learning, I think. I'm pretty sure the movie addressed Turing being gay. I want to say they showed that ugly part of it. I don't remember, though. It's been too long. It did? Okay. Yeah, it'd be a real shame if they didn't. Like, that's part of his story. It's really important to, like, tell the truth. Let me see, with my math class, I was teaching at the time it came out. Oh, cool. I have to come with 3. I mean, this is a time where ChatGPT could actually kind of shine. Like, I don't normally advocate for ChatGPT, but for something like this, I don't know if it's even that useful to do it the right way. You gotta hit balls real hard to improve. Oh, the Kepler balls or whatever? Turing's just a character like Doctor Strange never existed? What? You do have more bones than most people, you just don't know where they are? Okay. I mean, basically, breasticles. Geometry is not an empirical science, it is a deductive science. We decide whether statements are true or false given certain hypotheses. We make hypotheses work to discover their consequences. We can demonstrate the consequences to be true through accepted mathematical arguments. We call those conclusions theorems. Poincaré said, if geometry were an experimental science, it would not be an exact science. It will be subject to continual revision. The geometrical axioms are therefore neither synthetic, a priori intuitions nor experimental facts. They are conventions. Our choice among all possible conventions is guided by experimental facts, but it remains free. It is only limited by a necessity of avoiding every contradiction. What then are we to think of the question, is Euclidean geometry true? It has no meaning. Might as well ask if the metric system is true, and if the old weights and measurements are false, if Cartesian coordinates are true and polar coordinates false. Geometry cannot be more true than another. It can only be more convenient. So this is true of all of math. This is the difference between math and science. It really is not specific to geometry at all. I never saw Dawn and Doctor Strange in the same room, or Ed Sheeran. Okay, if I were to try to figure out questions to ask about this, like, I know the answer, but like, oh, well, if it's an education sort of assignment, I think that's a perfectly valid assignment then. What subject does ask about the geometry of those universe we live in? That's general relativity. But I think that's a question that you could ask. Um, and there's another one that's on my tongue. I can't figure out how to phrase it. I don't know. I'm trying to ask another question about like the relationship between math and science. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this too. The second sentence presents a dichotomy. To what extent is it true? To what extent is logical reasoning different from measurement? When studying geometry, we do not try to make claims that can be verified or falsified through measurement. Instead, we make claims that can be verified through logical reasoning or falsified through counterexamples. Yeah, I guess so. But meth and science, I mean, I think those go hand in hand. Walter White taught me that. I can't mention relativity. I already mentioned it along with SL theory, operator theory, and a bunch of other stuff earlier. So, like, can you not ask questions you already know the answer to, though? I don't know. I would have a hard time respecting this assignment personally. Chronodendrology. Time something. The study of something time. I don't know. Dendro. I don't know what dendro is. Ask 3 interesting questions, I guess. You mentioned the question before? Oh. Okay. What is the definition of science? They literally say geometry is a deductive science. So I actually do want to know what is the definition of science then? Well, yeah, I mean, not always, but usually it is pretty useless to ask questions you already know the answer to. But if the homework assignment is just to ask some questions, like, I would just come up with something. Or like I said, just make ChatGPT do it for you. What definition of science is, except that if science is in the name, it's not a science. Well, that's straightforward. Makes perfect sense. Doing data science for some years, I'd say that's accurate. I don't know. Frescals, good luck. Uh, I don't really have good questions to suggest either, though. It's kind of like this is just, yeah, this has been my understanding of math all along. Like, I think of math as basically a giant chain of if-then statements. And at some point, that chain has a beginning, and you kind of decide for yourself which chain you want to go down for your situation. Even though math is not very similar to exact sciences, I do think use a scientific method more than we realize. No, the scientific method is about observation and testing observations. You don't do that in math. Doing computer science for many years, I can confirm. It feels like reading the sky is blue. You start a car, and you start a car, you've started a car. Yeah, Frescals. That's how I feel too. Don't slay Spire 2, then world happiness 5 ever. Go with hypothesis from your mental model, test it against the existing system. If it doesn't hold water, you adjust and test again. Uh, I guess so. Hey, Tisser. Experimental math is definitely a thing, even though it sounds like something an evil scientist would do. Like, Quitchman, I guess, like, you could say, like, you have some series you want to figure out if it converges or diverges, and so you numerically compute it. and say like, oh, it looks like pi over 2. Let's try to prove that. Like, that's the closest thing I can think of to experimental math, as you would call it. I don't think that's the same thing as what a physicist or a chemist or a biologist does, though. Yeah, like the natural world, I guess, Leo, is the maybe more important part. Just about stuff when you drive home from stats. Yeah, I mean, I think about this pretty often too. Even if I don't call it a science, unless we're doing grant applications, which of course it is a science. Science tends to test things by physical observation, while math rigorously proves theorems by basic axioms. Science doesn't really build off axioms. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a science that you could kind of say comes from axioms, but it's kind of a stretch. Not in the same way that math does. Math truth is in part socially constructed. We have these ideals of proof. How do you know the proof is correct? That is done by social structures and institutions having processes that agree. So a fair amount of empiricism is and when to accept a theorem is proved. Yeah, that's fair. And in science, like in math, logic is your only tool to prove or disprove things. In science, observations and data are your tool to prove and disprove things. You could also use logic, but usually they're pretty good about making things logically sound, I guess. Natural world is typically what counts. If you replace a physical world by a sort of platonic world, math can count. Where did I mean, I don't know what the platonic world means, I guess, but I assume we're in the natural world and not the platonic world. You teleported back to 9th grade and was your 9th grade self with all your knowledge retained from now. What would you do? Oh, God. I mean, my mind immediately goes to a girl I should have asked out, and I didn't, because I was a chicken. But I don't think that's what you're asking about. um... Yeah, Roxer, that's the number one thing that came to my mind, at least. God, dude, she said I looked like Justin Bieber, and I thought Justin Bieber was lame, so I thought it was an insult. And then I realized, like, 8 years later, that, like, if a 14-year-old girl says you look like Justin Bieber when he's at the height of his popularity, that was actually a huge compliment. And I was just being stupid. That's a real story. Yeah, in ninth, I would probably self-study a lot more. I didn't care about school or was interested in school until senior year. Oh man, just doing it over again, but with more emotional maturity would be so much easier too. Yeah, I probably would have played video games less and done more studying. Like, not even stuff relevant to school, just for stuff that I was interested in. Start streaming sooner too. I'll probably be on my deathbed and still regretting that, Leo. Sorry, I feel like I'm behind on Twitch chat. Let me scroll up and figure out where I got lost. It's different for sure. Playing around with calculation center is still experimenting. Yeah, but not in the same way. Dang it, my Twitch chat keeps scrolling down. Not saying math is a science, just as more something than we usually think. That's a fair stance, Arad. I can get behind that. He's still some considering asking what everyone's favorite shape is. I mean, that'd be a good one, maybe. Well, it's kind of a tool used upon data in science. What platonic solid are you? I have to look up what they are, Peach Tea. I also have a plan to do a long video on what is a proof at some point. Funnily enough, the vast majority of proofs are proofs of a kind of pure mathematician never learned about. Really? Maybe I'm losing it. Get it with free shipping next weekend. Kind of empiricism. I do not know if math is consistent enough for calculus to be true or just a contradiction. I do know it got us to the moon. In other words, there's enough consistency in math that is useful for engineering actual prediction. Yeah, like, you never know if the thing that you made is actually consistent, but you can certainly, like, put those things to the test and figure out if they're good enough or not. Do I stream every day? No. I've been streaming, like, more or less 3 times a week. I'm applying to jobs right now, and that's been draining most of my energy. Youth is wasted on the young? It really is. Dude, Arad, if I started streaming when Twitch, like, first was a thing, back when it was Justin.tv, I bet math would be a real, like, it'd be a lot bigger of a niche, because it's so small right now. And I really want to grow it. And it's so much easier to grow it the earlier you start. As far as I am now, when I was 14, I would have an unfair advantage against all my peers. Yeah, same, Swill. It'd be... Yeah, God, that... I was so stupid at 14. I'm still stupid now, but I'm a lot less stupid. Which platonic solid am I? This feels like a BuzzFeed quiz. Oh, wait. Rhombic cube dodec... Wait. Dodecahedron. Do I remember it? No, that's not the exact thing. I don't know. There's one really complicated name that I had memorized for the longest time. I'm saying this one. Rhombicosidodecahedron. Rhombicosidodecahedron. India's gone too far. True. Given the opportunity, I was using an opportunity to double the amount of times I got back with my... got back with her twice and traveled back in time to be up to 4 times. That'd be peak. I respect it, Frescals. You gotta go for the Guinness World Record. Is that a real... I wonder if there's a record for, like, the number of divorces with the same person. Or in general. I bet it's a crazy high number. Applying for jobs as well. Godspeed, Quitch, man. Invest your 401k at 4 years old? I mean, the earlier the better. You know, Kepler's goofy platonic solid theory of the planets was what he was most proud of. It was actually real as a revolution for astrophysics. I don't know anything about Kepler's platonic solid thing. Kepler definitely lost it. I don't know anything about Kepler. Kepler platonic solid thing. It's pretty goofy. Let's see what comes up. Mysterium Cosmographicum. That sounds... That'd be a good name. Like, if you need some made-up book, like mystical book, or a movie, that's a good name. Post-rock album name. This installation between 6 planets known at that time can be understood in terms of the 5 platonic solids. Closer than a sphere that represented the orbit of Saturn. The structure of the universe reflected God's plan through geometry. First attempts of Copernicus to say the theory of heliocentrism is physically true. I'm waiting for them to say why it's... I mean, is this the exact thing? Oh, you're out of here, Hoo-hoo? Alright, thank you so much for saying hi and popping in. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. And I assume you're going to sleep, because it's probably super late for you, so I hope you sleep well. I'm already divorced dad vibe right now. Maybe I should speed on record and most divorces. There's I'd be competing with my ex's mom. You know, just make sure to give a friend all your money first. And then do your divorce speedrun. I am old AF. They need to be spelled come there. Yeah. It's essential. Also got us the Necronomicon, true. Dodecahedron, my favorite solid. Uniplatonic solid duality. Dodecahedron is dual to Ivoshedron? It sounds like the name of a god. He was dual to octohedron. Tetrahedron is self-dual. Subspaces and pints? Okay. I don't know what all that means, but okay. Look at the picture, it's beautiful. This picture? It's pretty cool, I guess. Max headroom. What does this remind me of? This reminds me of an Elden Ring. There were like, oh man, I forget what they looked like. There's like a statue type of thing littered all over the map in Elden Ring that kind of reminds me of this. Version of Kepler's silly planet thing is seeing this splitting of primes and Zi and duality patterns of platonic solids. Do prenups get a lawyer to support me pro bono? Yeah. Just find a lawyer who's really enthusiastic about helping you get to the divorce record. To randomly disappear. I don't know what the dual is of a polyhedron. I don't know what the dual is of anything. Dual of a graph? Vertex for each face of G. So do they have... does a dual have the same graph then? Not usually? Oh. Access Linear Adventure talks about duality? Oh, I think it does. Hey, Suna. Morning. Yeah, we talk about platonic solids, and they apparently have duals, and I don't know what a dual is. The dual graph of a planar graph G is a graph that has a vertex for each face of G. What is the face of a planar graph? Push your fingers into your eyes. Push my fingers into my eyes. I've seen them live. Flip the vertices and edges. You think it's something else? Okay. You need to divorce 29 women to tie the record for most divorces, or 30 to take the record. Don't let your dreams be dreams, Breasticles. I believe in you. Face of a planar graph is like a little area it surrounds. My version of video games, instead of working, is hanging out in streams like this. Wait, I wondered, does this face go to the Wikipedia page for... Okay, no, never mind. Let's look at this. A connected component of the subset of the plane or surface of the embedding that is disjoint from the graph. What? I don't know what that means. The red graph is the dual graph of the blue graph, and vice versa. Okay, this makes more sense when I actually look at the image. It's each of the, like, distinct regions. There's an outside region, and there's 3 inside regions. That makes sense. And so, a dual polyhedron also makes sense. Okay. And that's the dual of a cube is an octahedron. Okay. Ancient consequence that dual polyhedra have the same automorphism self-symmetry groups. Huh. The current record holder died in 1997. Can compete with me taking the record. True. It's just up there for the grabs. Various properties of graphs and the proof of the four-color map theorem is to make sure the Euler's formula to get a consistent charge on the network. What? What were we talking about again? We were talking about platonic solids and then Euler's. Yeah, my mistake. We got really... yeah. Should we go back to linear algebra? Algebra. The yodeling theorem. Yoneda lemma. Oh, is that actually related? I know it's a category thing. Or are you just saying the yodeling theorem? Or it's like, it sounds like it. Prove or give a counterexample. If U is a non-empty subset of R2 such that U is closed under addition and undertaking additive inverses, meaning minus U is in U whenever U is in U, then U is a subspace of R2. No, the unit circle. No, wait. It's closed under addition. So we have to figure out if this implies closure under frickin' scalar multiplication. So the thing, I feel like closure under addition. Yeah, I feel like if you know you're close under addition. Oh. True color cone. Yeah, I had to think about it. I was not on that wavelength at all. I was still thinking in terms of real numbers. But Z2 is the exact right answer, I think. Because, yeah, I was wondering how you could... If you're closed under addition, how are you ever not closed under scalar multiplication? But that's how. Specialized to discrete subgroups, you can start with R, get a proof that all subgroups of the circle are finite or dense. You can go to R2, now your isomorphism property classifying elliptic curves over C. Are they indiscrete? Q2 also works. Because of irrational numbers? That's fair. Yeah, because I was thinking about... I was only thinking about, like, real numbers, and if I have that vector, closure under addition forces me to have the entire... like, every scalar multiple, including the additive inverse. And so I was like, this could never work, so isn't it true? But no, it's not. Consider square root 2 as the first mathematical counterexample. I doubt it. I would bet pi is older, or like I bet we've been trying to calculate the area of a circle for longer than we've been thinking about the square root of 2. But maybe we didn't know about pi until after root 2. Yeah, because I know that like calculating areas is one of the first things people were kind of concerned about because of that's how you charge taxes. That's at least what I remember learning about in my history of math class. I'm really like reaching here. But we might not have known about pi for a long time. They definitely had some like approximation, but I don't know. I do remember also like I don't know if there's a counterexample we had in here, but like the ancient Egyptians were doing like the barter system they would use is like you can barter with bread or pefsu, which is like a type of beer, and you get these like systems of equations. I think with it, or no, pefsu is what they're worth. Like I think you barter with beer and bread, and then like a bread is worth whatever pefsu. I don't know. I don't remember. Root 2 does get you the diagonal of a square. I don't know if they cared about it though. They might have. Most of the linear algebra can be done over Q bar, and Q bar intersect R. What is bar again? Is that closure? Isn't Q, or if it is closure, isn't that R? I don't know. If you consider it as the first time someone explicitly asked, are there any irrational numbers in modern lingo? Maybe? It all comes back to taxes or porn. It's always taxes. A lot of linear algebra you can do over Z. A lot of it, really? I'd be surprised to hear a lot of it. I know that you talk, like, in number theory, you do linear combinations of integers. And, like, GCD AB equals 1 implies that you can write any integer as a linear combination of A and B. Stuff like that. Module say hi? Oh, okay. And Pepsi, that's true. If you're measuring areas, you probably have more square plots rather than circular ones. I mean, imagine like a river, though, forming a border of a plot. Rationally, pi will not be proved for quite a while. Yeah, so I don't know if my... Like, root 2 is probably a good bet for a counterexample. But I think it's possible that there's others. They're smart. Bread is an infinite money glitch. Buy bread, make beer, trade beer for more bread. Yeah, I'd have to look up for exactly how it works, but they had a whole like system. Q bars, you start with Q, then add in all solutions to polynomial equations. Add all polynomial solutions to new polynomials. So it's all the algebraic numbers. You think it's the Pythagoreans knew root 2 wasn't irrational? I guess. But, even if they didn't know it, the ancient Egyptians did have multiple approximations for pi. I remember that. They tended to use 22/7 from what I remember being taught. but they actually had better approximations they just didn't use for some reason. So even if they didn't actually find it, I don't know. You know what? You're an example. I the, the story of Pythagoras is apparently when one of his disciples proved that root 2 is irrational, he had that disciple thrown off his ship. That's the story. It may or may not be true, but that's a story that people say. Give an example of a non-empty subset U of R2 such that U is closed under scalar multiplication. Example half counter. Okay, you know what? Okay, speaking of math versus science, it actually does bother me that we claim irrational lengths are a thing. Like, we can never know in our universe if a length is irrational. Like, we can never measure that. Exactly. You need infinite precision to know if a length is actually irrational. The problem to prove composition algebraic extension is still algebraic. How can we know a length is rational? I mean, we don't know that either. In what units? I guess that's important too. I mean, no, I don't know if units are important, because even if you have some irrational base, you can find other rational numbers in that base. That doesn't matter because it's useful, being rational versus irrational. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it affects anything in the real world, but it is just weird that we say... I don't know. I don't know. It just bothers me. I'm not saying I'm not saying it's rational. Get it? Yeah. All of math is fake, but it's usefully fake. That's true. You don't say irrational lengths exist in the world. I think lengths exist. The circumference of the Earth is a length. All math's like my worst college friends. Fake, yep. I say lengths are rational. None of you can prove me right or wrong. I just know. I mean, that's basically, yeah, what the problem is with what I'm saying. Get an example of non-empty subset U of R2 such that U is closed under scalar multiplication, but U is not a subspace of R2. Ooh, no. What I was thinking when I was oohing and ahhing is like a line that doesn't go through the origin. But I don't I don't think that's closed under scalar multiplication. The X and Y axes work? I don't see why. They contain the zero, the X and Y axes both contain the zero vector. And how would you ever break closure under addition? Oh wait, you mean both of them at the same time? Oh. Haha. Wait, R2. I thought you meant like either one of them would work, but you mean the union. Circumference of the Earth is a thing we say about the Earth that approximates something about the real Earth. But there is an actual length there. Like, I guess it's probably difficult to actually define if you want to think about, like, mountains and how the Earth isn't uniformly, like, it's not a sphere. It's an oblate spheroid. But there is some actual distance you can define there. But the fake Earth where Rod is crazy and evil and I'm more or less the same for some reason. um, ooh, Roxanne, you don't have to turn on the red light. This is good for when I'm angry. Star. A star with infinite rays does the trick as well. Oh! You're doing... Okay, I was wondering why you said that earlier, Color Cone. You're doing like that sort of thing. Maybe even with the axes also. Yeah, you don't need to union just two vectors. You could union more than that, I guess. Are all scalar closed subsets a finite union of vector spaces? Is oh I was about to say, oh my god. Okay, I bet you can no, you can do an infinite union. You can do like what Fenbox was doing the other day for someone else's question. How do you do this? I want the first component to be 1 over 2 to the I. I want the second component to be whatever it has to be to make it on the unit circle. Yeah. Is there an actual length? There is no fixed length, but isolate a point in time and you can measure the circumference of the Earth at that time. Theoretically, any length can be irrational or rational. We define our lengths, our units of length, so we could define one unit of length to be irrational. When describing another terms of unit for length. That's a good point, Breasticles. I mean, it might be just be the infinite nature of irrational numbers that bothers me. Like, I might have the same problem with like 0.3 repeating, I guess. Kind of just choose any arbitrary length, call it the unit like dons or something. Its length in inches could be irrational. 1 don, 2 dons. You measure to infinite precision? No, that's the entire like issue that I have with this. You can't measure to infinite precision. It bothers me that I can like have an object right here, like a roll of quarters, and I can see it like it's just a thing, but claiming that the length of this is a number that goes on forever is it just bothers me. Even if those numbers get like infinitely smaller and smaller, and that's just what convergence is. I guess really my argument is that I don't enjoy the fact that 0.999 is equal to 1 in some sense. I think that's what really bothers me about this. I agree insofar as the circumference of the Earth is X, some approximation of some true thing about the Earth that allows us to model and predict. Not so the model we make of the real thing and the real thing are the same thing. That's true. Management theory preceded germ theory. Management theory did in fact make some predictions, have some empirical backing. Your germs, that's true, yeah. Was your infinite awesomeness? No. I just think like if a thing exists in the universe, it has some actual length. And it's possible to represent that length using an infinite number, and I don't like that. Okay. I probably shouldn't stream for that much longer. It's almost been 5 hours, but let's squeeze another problem in. The stream has been like flying by though. Thank you for the follow, Quitchman. For your science, you copy states constantly, you can't copy quantum states. Feels bad. The function r to r is called periodic if there exists a positive number p, such as f of x equals f of x plus p for all x and r. Is the set of periodic functions from r to r a subspace of r r? R r r. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. My gut tells me yes. Oh wait, what if they have different periods? That's the problem. Well, there's your problem. Wait, I did your problem. Or wait, did you have a second problem? I didn't see it. Oh. Wait, you did have a second problem. You're asking me too many questions, Leo. uh... A possibly infinite. Yeah, Max, that's what I said. It bothers me that we make that claim about a physical situation, but we can never, like, we can never verify it, I guess. The fact that something has length of square root 2. Sonic world of mathematics maps onto the real world in approximation. Separating these two things is very good to keep in mind. It's fair. Are all scalar closed sets a possibly infinite union of vector spaces? I think so. My answer to this is yes. I The only thing I'm worrying about is if I'm getting tricked with another, like, considering the set of integers or something. But those aren't closed under scalar. Intersect that with a unit sphere, pick a sign for each line through the sphere. Scalar closed U equals union of one-dimensional subspaces spanned by each point in U. Yeah, that's... I mean, I already said yes. I can't imagine one that's not represented by that, and I guess it's because it doesn't exist. Those pairs of points parameterize the index for the union. It's a nice axiom of choice proof. Oh. I don't know where any of this is leading. I mean, I think the answer is simply yes, but I think there's, like, Leo has a point in asking this question. And that's what I'm waiting to hear right now. Listen about choice proofs is choice functions exist and are used all the time without using the axiom of choice. Use the axiom of choice when you need a choice function but can't make it by hand. So you summon it with AOC powers. What's everyone's favorite shape? And should I go for the world record for the number of divorces? I think those would be, like, great questions right there. So wait, you don't actually need the axiom of choice to make a choice? It's only if you can't do it explicitly? Pop out the origin, declare 2 points equivalent if they are scalar multiples. Because representative for each class, take the union over multiples of those representatives. One thing I learned from set theory is that I need AOC to put my socks on. Oh, because the shoes and socks. You basically make this choice non-choice wise if you pick one of the two antipodes according to some formula. Okay. Like always in the northern hemisphere, then on the right. Okay. Favorite shapes of the pieces you cut the sphere into in Banach-Tarski paradox. Oh yeah. That's cool. I don't remember what they look like. Swill, that's what I think of every time I see AOC. I have to, like, remember, oh wait, this is math, axiom of choice. I guess, are these the shapes up here? I don't know. Oh, okay, okay. Left hand equals R, you can make R. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Yeah, I'm trying to... The answer must be no, because the P's could be different. But it's not like any difference. If you have a function that's periodic in 2 pi and a function that's periodic in 4 pi, those are compatible with each other. Like you still have a function that's periodic in 4 pi. And so I'm trying to figure out, like, how to figure out when exactly you can and can't. I mean, you can always rescale periodic functions, though, to... Wait, oh, a positive number p. That's not really that important, though. Sorry, and for my eyes, what is geometry? Hey, there you go. Never how is geometry? Why is geometry? Okay, so let's go through the things. 0 of x is periodic. We have our favorite 0 function. Are we closed under addition? Wait, do you need a least common multiple? Is that the condition? And can you have a least common multiple for like 2 and pi? Like, does that have to be an integer multiple, or can it be any multiple? Yeah, because if it's periodicity 11 and 13, you can find the LCM, and they're both periodic in that. But things get weird when you start considering irrational numbers. Or maybe even rational. Is geometry single? You have 30 divorces? You need to get while you work as a nomadic door-to-door ramen salesman? Yeah. Cooking a pie, even. You guys haven't... I have done multiple pie baking streams, actually. The last one I did was in January, though. So, I don't think you guys knew me at the time. Subset of functions with the rational period. I never had strawberry rhubarb pie, I don't think. GCD? Wait, we care about GCD? Oh, if their GCD is... Well, no. I don't know. I didn't exist in January? No. That will probably bake like shit if it was shaped like pie. But my very first pie baking stream I did was on Pie Day, probably 2 years ago. And I did cut a pie character into it. Actually, I probably have a picture in my Discord. Let me see if I can find it. Pie. God damn it, don't just search for the number pi in the Discord. Ooh, I found it! It's the first pie I ever made, and I made it on stream. 3/14/2024. Oh, that's in my old apartment too. I recognize that cooktop. And of course it is. I fucking moved, but... I think it was peach pie. And it was not... Oops. It was not bad. The filling looks kind of white and a little bit gross because I used flour to thicken it, and that gives it a weird color. They make dedicated like pie thickener products that are a lot better at it, but I can't find them in the grocery store. I'm too lazy to order them online. Pi is good. Pi is good. But Mux, that's what I'm trying to figure out. If you had a pi periodic function to a 1 periodic function, the sum is... I think it's not, but I'm trying to figure out exactly why. Maybe Team I definitely once had a girlfriend where I knew when her period was going to come better than her. Really? That's kind of crazy. I feel like you're... That's like a power move if you know her period better than she does. Is there a face in that pie? I guess you and Famish both see it. I don't think I saw it. There was only a way to understand how the way heat would diffuse through a pie-shaped pie in an oven using boundary initial... I mean, MATLAB has a library that basically would let you do that, I think. Oh, I read it. I mean, I'm not grossed out by periods. I used to be grossed out by periods, but I have an older sister, and she really enjoyed trying to gross me out, so she talked about her period all the time, so I got desensitized to it. Highest member of the set of good numbers. Even before the heat dissipated? Oh, that's a good way to get burnt. Good example, because technically constant function at period 1 and pi. Yeah. So what if we think about f of x equals sine x and g of x? Let's go with a good old box function. Or that's something like a box function, probably. And so I would argue that the sum of these two functions is not periodic. But, like, why? Then subsets of the circle and R for that matter. Get grossed out again when a girl doesn't tell you about it instead. Good way to say this catches you by surprise. Yeah. So this expresses the difference between compact S1 and not compact R. Can never get back in sync. Did to a friend of mine? No, that's rough. Suggest divorce. Happened to a friend of mine too. So that's why you started tracking it. Or your friend. Don't want any repeats. Integers mn such that m times 1 equals n times pi. Why does it have to be an integer, though? That's what bothers me. Like, I agree it should be integers, but like, I don't know why it should, like, why it has to be. Come for the math, stay for the periods. Hey, I mean, we're talking about periodic functions. It's on topic, I think. It will be fun to check a graph of the viewer count as soon as this started. Whether you believe in musical dissonance or not. Yeah, because it has to be irrational. So I was wondering, like, will it prevent period, like, if you have a period 1 function like this and a period like 22/7 function, I guess period 1 is almost too easy. But that would be periodic. Well, no. Is it irrationality or is it rationality. Or I don't know. I don't know what I'm getting too tired, I think is the main issue, but I think the answer is no because of functions like this. I'm really struggling to figure out why though. Like explain why. Oh, thank you, Max. Yeah, and that's a good explanation for what Fenvox just said, which you need to be an integer number of cycles. I'm just kind of weirded out because like if a function that is 1/2 periodic, that's compatible with integer periods. But if it was, I mean, rational numbers are probably fine. It probably is only irrational numbers that are the problem. If you add up 22/7 with itself enough times, you get something that's divisible by 7, and then it becomes an integer. That's the key. Like 7 times. Okay. Okay. So the problem is only irrational numbers. That's what I wanted to figure out, I guess. So this really isn't periodic at all. Can we plug this into Desmos? How can we get Desmos to like extend this to the entire line? Like I almost want to see that it's not periodic. Let me Google Desmos periodic function. Ah, you can do mod. How do you do piecewise? I think it's you multiply by the condition. Well, yeah, we don't need to do that part. Ooh, look at that bad boy. Okay. Well, that looks periodic to me. Feels judgmental to assign the problem solely to rational numbers, but okay. Can go pretend I can see lunar eclipse and shit, so I can tell my friends how amazing and spiritual it was. All right, see you, Leo. Oh my god, it's 7:30. Almost 7:30. It's gonna look deceptively periodic, but it ain't. Okay. Eventually, we should see something that's not 2 on one of these peaks, right? Or the peak's okay and something else is wrong. Oh, that doesn't quite get to 2, maybe? Is that the issue? They never start at the same place twice. We're used to drawing things as dotted lines? Okay. Dashes don't quite align with the peaks. Hmm. Yeah, I did, like, for some of these, it doesn't, like, it usually marks the local maxima, but, like, for this one over here, it doesn't. It does seem like it's around 2, though. I don't know. Indicator Z and indicator pi Z? Oh, wait. I think that I thought the dashes were just a style choice by Desmos. I think it's because I actually do need this other part. Wait, what? I did something wrong. Okay, fine. That's a stupid way to do it, but we'll do it. Uh, why? It's only graphing x equals 1/2. You know what? I'm about to give up on this. This is annoying me. They are intersecting the domains. I don't know how to make it not intersect the domains is the issue. I don't know why they would. Just extend the domains. I'm trying to think of a workaround. Please feed your pets. I can't think of one though. I think this might just be a good time to give up. I'm willing to. You could just graph. Oh, okay. Wait, I don't know. And one for the other one? I don't know what that part means, but let me try what you say there. Oh, we still have the dashed lines though. Oh, wait. You're talking about this idea. Why didn't that work? uh... Oh, wait, that did work. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, okay. Now I'm confused though. Okay, I thought this would magically make things better, but well, okay, wait. Like before, is there gonna like right at 1.5? 2x equals mod 2x1? What is that gonna do for us? Oh, to get okay, yeah. That'll put vertical bars every so often, maybe? I don't know. This one's not a fan of that for some reason. Oh well. You have to believe there is no horizontal translation that can map those dotted lines onto themselves, except the identity. That's a good way of putting it. Okay, we one last attempt. We could do one of these. And actually try to do this horizontal translation. I guess so. Okay. Okay, this helps. I think. I'm not going to be fully convinced until we try every single real number, though. Because they almost complete each other there. That's so weird. It's just slightly not periodic. Oh, look at that one. That's almost there. Okay. Thank you for the help. Max around $10 with that. Get arbitrarily close by better approximations of pi. Really? Hmm. I don't know. I I do think it's time to call though. I'm getting tired. I wonder. I guess because it's one periodic, approximating pi is probably a good idea. I don't know. The YouTube stream will get cut off here though, so anyways here on YouTube. Thanks for being here.